We are going to interrupt the examination of Detective Gable to call another witness out of order due to scheduling issues. You may call the witness out of order.
Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. Bring it closer to you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Janet Cover, Janet space Cover.
Thank you. Ms. Cover, what do you do for a living?
I'm an HR leader for Wella.
Okay. Back in January of 2017, what was your role?
I was the HR director for Wella.
And what does that involve?
It involves supporting employees. It involves business partnership with our leaders. Yeah, pretty much.
Now, Wella's a large corporation. Were you, where were you located actually as far as physically as the HR leader?
We were, at that time, we were based in Woodland Hills. So now we're in Calabasas.
Okay, and then Exhibit 1. Are you familiar with this individual?
Yes.
And who do you know him as?
Fabio Sementilli, he was our education leader.
And what was your relationship as far as in the hierarchy, if any, with Fabio?
So as a business HR partner, you support various functions, and I supported his function, the education team. So him and I worked very closely together to work on strategic plans, whether it's regarding the organization or staffing of his people. That's what I partnered with him on.
Now, how long would you say that you worked with and knew Fabio until the time of his death on January 23rd, 2017?
I was with him the entire time he was employed at Wella.
So approximately how many years was that?
I want to say maybe 5-6 years. Yeah.
Would you say that you saw him, since you were based in Woodland Hills, on a daily basis?
Yes.
Did he come into the office typically?
Yes, when he wasn't traveling.
And did he sometimes work from home?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any definitive or scheduled days that you knew he was never in the office and always working from home, or did it fluctuate?
Fluctuates.
Okay. Do you know who his wife was?
Yes.
Do you see her in court?
Yes.
Could you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's wearing a blue jacket.
And what do you know her name to be?
Monica Sementilli.
Did you ever socialize outside of the office, whether it be work functions or personal functions, with both Fabio and his wife?
Yes, but in a group setting. So sometimes we would go out to dinner with various coworkers, and Monica would be there at times.
Had you been to the Sementilli residence at 5012 Queen Victoria in Woodland Hills?
Yes.
Now, prior to his death, how many times have you been there?
Probably 1 or 2 times.
Okay. Jumping to the date then of January 23rd, 2017, do you remember that day?
Yes.
And were you notified by somebody of Fabio's death?
Yes.
How did that occur?
That was when Henry called me. I was having dinner. I think it was around 7 p.m. And he had said, "Hey, Janet, have you heard from Fabio?" And I was like, "No, not today." And he said, "Well, we just got a call that he's been killed, and we think it's a joke. So we're going to go over to his house to check."
What happened after that?
I said, "Okay." So then I called his phone immediately to see if that was a joke, and he didn't answer. Fabio, he didn't answer his phone. And then later Henry called me to confirm that it was true.
Up until this point, based on the relationship that you had with Fabio, did you know him to have any enemies or anyone upset with him?
No.
Had you witnessed, up until this point, any problems that you observed between the defendant and Fabio or their marriage?
No.
So the date of the 23rd, did you go to the house that night?
No.
Did you go the next day?
Yes.
And who did you go with?
Henry.
Can you tell us what happened when you went to the house the next day?
Went to the house, and there were other people, I can't recall, but I believe like family with Monica, and she was grieving, and we were trying to support her at that time.
When you say grieving, what did you observe?
I saw her holding his sweater and a photo book.
Okay. Did you see her crying with tears coming down her face?
I don't recall tears, but I saw her like holding the book.
Okay. So during that day, the point was to reassure her that you were available. Did anything else happen during that meeting?
I think Henry had mentioned to her, like, hey, we have, when you're ready, we have benefits to share with you. And I think he left her like a folder that had a summary of all the benefits that she would, be able to be entitled to due to his death.
Did you see Henry, and this is Henry Meyer?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Henry go over on that day, the 24th, any of the benefits with her, if you saw?
I think he did a quick, 5-minute conversation with her.
And when you say a book, did you see a spreadsheet of some sort listing out benefits?
Yeah, it was like a list, and he had it in a folder.
All right. So did you then go back to the Sementilli house on February 13th, 2017? Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Did you go with anybody back to the house on that day?
No.
When you went back to the house that day, now it's 3 weeks after the murder, what was your purpose that day?
I wanted to help Monica make phone calls, and actually when she was ready to go through all the benefits, so I knew it was a hard time, so I wanted to sit down with her and go through one by one, and if we needed to make phone calls, we could do them together, and I had Fabio's information in terms of the benefits, so it was more to give her intimate service at the time to help her during a grieving moment.
When you refer to benefits, what do the benefits, as far as your perspective in HR, what were those benefits? What kind of benefits are we talking about?
Life insurance.
Okay. Anything else?
Stock options.
Okay. Anything else that you recall?
No.
Okay. Those specific benefits.
Yes.
Now, when you got to the residence, can you describe her demeanor on February 13th, 2017?
When I got there, she opened the door, let me in the house, and I said, "Hi, Monica, how are you?" And, it was just you could tell she was still grieving, but at the same time, I think there were no more, it was oh, come in, sit down, and then I went through the benefits with her, and she kind of just said, "Okay, can you handle it?" And then she stepped out to make phone calls.
So your purpose was to help her understand the benefits or actually get the benefits, if you can differentiate between that in my question.
Basically, my purpose was to sit down with her and trigger the execution of the benefits. And so I can't do that on my own, so I wanted to help her do it. And in case she needed help, I would be there to help her with questions.
Now, did she actually work the benefits out with you, go through them with you during that time?
No.
So what happened?
So she went to make some phone calls outside, and then I basically made the phone calls on her behalf.
Did she direct you to make those phone calls?
She just said, "Let me know if you need anything, I'll be outside."
Is that what you expected to happen?
Not really.
Why not?
Sustained.
Okay. When you go through benefits with other individuals, have you done that before in your experience? As an HR director, have you gone through benefits with other individuals?
Benefits, but I've never had to trigger life insurance.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So triggering life insurance, do you have the authority to do anything as far as making claims for life insurance or exercising stock options? Do you have that authority?
No.
Do you need the individual who is named as the beneficiary in order to make any executions on those two topics?
Yes.
And was she there assisting you while you're making the calls?
No.
So let's talk about it. Where was she during this time?
She was outside on the patio,
Okay, could you tell what she was doing? You said making calls. Anything else?
I think smoking.
Approximately how many calls did you make for her?
I think I made about 2.
Okay, and were you by yourself during these calls?
Yes.
Okay, the first call then, what was the first call you made for her?
I think the first call was with P&G for the stock options.
Okay, had you gone over these stock options with her?
I just shared that she would be entitled to that, and so that's all basically of the conversation.
When you made that call, do you recall if you completed a call and actually got a live person about the stock options
No, there was a voicemail, so I left a message
regarding stock options?
regarding the stock options and calling on her behalf.
And then what is the second call that you made on her behalf?
There was another call to Canada because he had some other benefits in Canada, so I made the call to Canada as well.
And did you talk to someone live this time?
No.
Now, after these calls, did you relay to her what you had done on her behalf while she was outside?
After the calls, yes, I shared with her.
Were there, that day, did you do anything else to assist her that you recall?
No.
Okay. So in the following weeks then, did you have anything more to do with helping her with these stock options and life insurance?
She would call me just to say, where are we? So we kept in touch, you know, in terms of the status of the benefits of the life insurance. And so I would let her know that I didn't hear anything. She would call me and say, have you heard anything? So that was the next few weeks.
So if this was February 13th, 3 weeks after the murder, the following 2 weeks, how often did she call you about the life insurance?
Probably every couple of days.
Okay, and it was always the topic of life insurance?
Yes.
Now, were you able to control the claim of the life insurance at all?
No.
What did you tell her?
In the beginning, I said, I'll check for you, and then I would reach out to Tracy from Cody Benefits to see if there was any word. And for a while, she would tell me, no, we haven't heard anything yet. So that's what I would do, and then I would relay back the message.
And is that Tracy Rakovich?
Correct.
Did the defendant say anything to you, whether it be on a voicemail or to you directly, about her need for the life insurance and why she needed it?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She left me a voicemail that shared, I've been getting a lot of phone calls from New York. My attorney hasn't heard of anything. I don't know what to do. Can you please help me? That's what I got.
Did she tell you if money was tight?
Yes.
Now, at this point, did you know that, and this is being February of 2017, that she'd been granted Fabio's salary for the 6 months after his death? Did you know this at that point?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she was had a trip planned to Las Vegas?
No.
So rule.
Did she tell you that she had any other trips planned to Myrtle Beach or Las Vegas for a second trip?
No.
Did she tell you anything about anybody else that was helping her her need to get this life insurance?
She mentioned Henry and that, you know, she spoke to him, but she didn't really feel he was being very helpful.
Did you exchange then during the same period of voicemails and conversations a series of text messages with the defendant?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have an 8-page copy of text messages originating between the defendant's phone number and another individual. Let me mark this as People's 175.
Yes.
Putting this up on the screen here. And I know it's small print for you, but there's a series of text messages, and it starts with, "Hi Monica, this is Janet. I'll be at your house on Monday between 10 and 10:30 if that's okay with you." And that was, is that you sending that text message to the defendant?
Yes.
And that was on February 10th, 2017.
Yes.
Okay. So that was just a couple days before what you just testified to, that meeting, letting her know you're going to come. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and she responds to you. So moving to page 2 then, the text messages continue. Was that you? Did you send a death notice or death certificate?
Yes.
Okay, and so she's responding to you to that, and then you say, I faxed all the documents with the exception of Aon, AON, QM, AGWITT, and you're going to try again. What is that in reference to?
These are the documents that you needed to submit to get the life insurance. So on her behalf, I had submitted what I could, and I gave her the update in terms of the information that I had submitted.
So that's at 5:49. Is that after you met with her?
Yes.
So that was a follow-up from the meeting at her house on February 13th.
Yes.
Okay. And then she wrote back to you that she hadn't received any phone calls.
Yes.
Page 3 then, we're back in the same text messages. Moving down the next day, 2/14/2017, the defendant's asking you, have you heard anything? And then should they call? Do you know what that's in reference to?
I think that's the P&G stock options.
Okay, so you had facilitated that voicemail to P&G, and that was confirmation that she'd gotten a call back for the stock options.
Correct.
Okay. And then moving to page 4, we're moving on. Go to the top here. The defendant says, just waiting for packets to come in the mail. Attorney will be helping. I gave him your number. He may contact you with questions I can't answer. Thank you so much. Do you know what packets she's talking about?
I didn't see the packets, but I assume P&G sends you packets.
Okay, and that's just regarding benefits insurance. She says an attorney is going to contact you. Did you ever get contacted by an attorney on her behalf?
No.
And then back on March 2nd, we're jumping ahead. You're checking in to see how she's doing, and she asks you to call her. Do you remember this interaction?
Yes.
And what was happening here?
Basically, I wanted to just follow up to check in with her to see if she was okay and if she got, the information she needed, just in case I needed to help her with anything. So that was the interaction.
And during that interaction, did she ask anything about life insurance or stock options again, or follow up with that topic?
Yes.
And again, did you have any information to provide
No.
her? Okay, page 5, we've moved to the top now. We're at March 8th and March 9th. Can you call me today when you get a chance? There's no response to that immediately. Did you end up calling her if you remember?
Yes, I might have called her.
And on March 9th, did you receive a voicemail from her as well?
Yes.
Do you know what she was asking you for?
She was asking if I could help her because she had been getting phone calls from New York, but they haven't heard anything, and she wanted to know if I knew any information.
And again, this was on life insurance?
Correct.
Okay. On March 14th, right here, you say, we've been told your MetLife claim is being reviewed and processed. The latest we've heard is MetLife needs to confirm the incident with LAPD. What were you referring to?
So when I had spoken to Tracy, she basically said to me that we've done what we could as a company. We've processed the claim, and now it lives in the hands of the LAPD. So that's what I responded to Monica with.
And then on page 6 at the top, she sends you Detective Parshall's number. Why did she send you that? Do you recall a conversation or a reason why she sent you the detective's number?
Objection called for conclusion.
Sustained.
Did you receive this text, Detective Parshall?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
I assumed it was the person that was the LAPD contacting Tracy.
Did you ever talk to a Detective Parshall about anything?
No.
And then there's a series of texts after that you sent her on 3/16, 3/22, 4/1. Are these you just following up again?
Yes, because she had been calling me, so then I texted her back.
So rather than return the calls, is this your response to her inquiries?
Yes,
And were those calls all about, again, life insurance and stock options?
yes.
Okay. Okay, sorry. And then we go to, page 7 on April 12th, 2017. She's writing, no progress with insurance. We must wait for investigation to be over, so who knows. Also, stock's going to probate as there was no will. So everything pretty much sucks, and I'm very, very tired. Wish you had better news. Thanks for checking in. Had you checked in before this verbally?
Yes.
And what had you told her?
I think I left a message just to say, hey, how are you? Yeah.
And going further down the same day on April 12th, 2017, you're asking which stocks are you referring to. There's PG stocks for the United States and Canada, and she confirms to you that it's for the United States, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you knew about these stock options as well?
Yes.
Again, you had nothing to do with it, though?
No.
And then finally, as of April 12th, looks at the text messages end with, thanks, Janet, no worries, nothing we can do. Court hearing is end of May. Sorry for that. Move this down. And then you told her how to say flight. Do you know where she was going on this date on
It
April?
might have been Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there a memorial that was held in Canada?
Yes.
Did you go to that?
No.
Okay. You did go to that?
No.
Oh.
I did not.
Did you go to the one in Woodland Hills?
Yes.
And that was on May 22nd, 2017?
Yes.
Did you go to the wake that was at her house on January 29th, 2017?
Yes.
One moment. Earlier I asked you about the Aon Hewitt when I talked about that. Is that the Canada?
Yes.
Is it the stock options or the another insurance policy?
They had, I think it was something similar to a stock option. I don't know if it was called a stock option.
So is that why you asked whether it was U.S. or Canada she was
Yes.
referring to? Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Ms. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Governor. Let me ask you some questions from here, and then we'll get back to the some items I want to show you. It sounds like you were doing the best you could to aid Mrs. Sementilli in navigating the issues of benefits, life insurance, whatever it was that Wella had let her know she was entitled to as a result of the death of her husband, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't the only one doing this. It was also Mr. Mayor, and you mentioned another person, Tracy. What was her name?
Tracy Rakovich.
She was involved as well.
I don't think she spoke to Monica directly. It was Henry and I.
Okay. And again, your goal was to help out someone who had just suffered the loss of her husband tragically in a murder, correct?
Correct.
And when you saw her the first few times, she was showing the effects, you believe, of being a widow now, having her husband murdered tragically in her own home, correct?
Correct.
She was devastated.
Correct.
And that's what you said in previous occasions, right?
Yes.
And grieving.
Yes.
You were there to try to help.
Correct.
Now, at some point, you were able to provide her, or Mr. Mayor was, a list of the benefits she was entitled to as a result of her husband's death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of those had to do with life insurance, correct?
Correct.
Did you know that Fabio Sementilli had designated beneficiaries for his life insurance, that is, who he wanted to receive the life insurance and in what percentages?
I believe it was in the form. Yes.
Okay. You saw that in the form.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
So you knew that almost half of the insurance was designated for her children, correct?
Yes.
And there was some designated for Luigi, his other son from a previous marriage, correct?
Correct.
And then some for her. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, there were other benefits that were automatic as a result of the death of Fabio Sementilli, correct? I'm talking about an IRA, for instance, some stock that he owned, some options, things of that nature.
What do you mean by automatic?
Well, was he unique in his position as the only one who got some of those benefits, or do you know?
No, he was not unique.
Okay. But each person had their own unique set of benefits, I assume.
Yes.
Some they could purchase on their own, correct?
Objection made.
Go, Rube.
Yes.
Okay, they could increase insurance, they could buy stock, purchase options. All these things were made available to a variety of employees. Is that right?
Yes.
And Fabio took advantage of some of them. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you intimately involved in explaining that to Monica, or was that mostly Mr. Mayer or Tracy?
It was mainly Henry, and then I was sharing where the details were the following week.
Okay. And you did that, correct? As best you could.
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And you said one of the... Well, first of all, you had been to the home prior to Fabio's death. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was for a business event? Is that a fair statement?
Well, I went to a barbecue.
Okay. And about how many people were there? Do you recall?
Probably about maybe 10 or so.
Okay. And how long before Fabio's death did that occur, approximately?
I don't know, maybe it was in the summer, so maybe like 6 months prior to that.
Okay. Was that the only time you were at the home?
I believe so.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that barbecue, if you know?
He just wanted to have a get-together, so he invited his leadership team and their families to come, so we stopped by for the barbecue with my family.
So a social event with business friends and so forth and fellow workers, correct?
Correct.
And you had a chance to see how Fabio interacted with Monica and vice versa, correct?
Correct.
Is that the only time you were at the home?
As far as I recall, yes.
And as far as you saw, they were happily married and there was no problems and so forth, as far as you saw?
Yes.
Appeared to be getting along fine.
Correct.
All right, then this tragic event happens and you go out to assist. Is it fair to say that except for the life insurance issue, everything else seemed to be working out according to plan?
Objection seconded. Made.
Did you assist Monica in other things besides the life insurance issue?
No.
Did you advise her of what her benefits were besides the life insurance?
On the stock options.
Okay. And was there any other conversations between you and her about the stock options?
Beyond the text, no.
Do you know if she attempted to exercise those options?
Beyond what I did or outside of what I did?
Well, tell me what you did.
I called the P&G phone number to help her exercise those options.
And which options were there? Do you recall?
The P&G stock options and then the Canadian ones.
And you recall what the value was of those options?
I don't recall.
Okay. Were you involved at all? Do you know if she was able to exercise them and receive funds, or was that tied up in the estate and the probate as well?
I got the text message from her that shared they put the U.S. ones on hold. I don't know what happened to the Canadian ones.
And on hold, the same thing happened with the life insurance. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the primary contact between you and Mrs. Sementilli after these initial meetings involved the life insurance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in summary, and I'll show you these texts as well, whatever she was doing or Wella was doing was not succeeding, correct?
Meaning, what do you mean not succeeding?
You were not able to succeed in having the life insurance paid to the beneficiaries that Fabio had designated.
Yeah, it was not my call, but yeah,
You did all you could.
correct.
You learned that it had something to do with LAPD, is that correct?
Later on, yes.
Did you know at the time that LAPD was intentionally withholding approval of those benefits so that they would not be paid to her?
No.
They never told you that.
Who's they?
LAPD.
I never spoke to LAPD.
No, you spoke to Wella, correct?
Tracy?
And what about Meta? Life Insurance, was that the company that was issued the policy?
I never spoke to them.
All right. Did you learn from anyone that this was being held up because LAPD had put a hold on it?
Yes.
And who did you learn that from?
Tracy.
Okay. And this was the source of the frustration of Monica that LAPD had not resolved the case, cleared her, or whatever it was they had to do before the life insurance was paid, correct?
Correct.
And they not only were holding up the life insurance to her, they were holding up the life insurance to her daughters as well. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And she was concerned about that as well.
We never spoke about her daughters.
But you knew that was part of the benefits.
Yes.
This thing?
What efforts did you make to try to resolve?
Second.
What efforts did you make to try to resolve this issue with LAPD and Meta and so forth regarding life insurance being cleared and so forth?
Objection. MetLife.
MetLife. I'm sorry.
I just spoke to Tracy. Tracy was my contact, and she gave me the information.
And that information was basically she'd done all she could do. It was now in LAPD's hands. Is that right?
Correct.
And basically, in the end, Monica informed you that it looked like everything was going to be put over until May. Is that right?
Correct.
In the meantime, she indicated she was having some financial issues. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at some point, Wella had made available to her additional funds in the form of a continuation of Fabio's salary as well as the continuation of the health benefits for her and her daughters, correct?
Correct.
Were you the one who informed her of that, or did Henry or someone else?
I believe that was Henry.
And that was a few weeks later, I guess. Is that right? If you know.
I can't recall.
Well, it wasn't the original policy of Wella to provide that benefit for the spouses of deceased workers, was it?
Correct.
So a new policy had to be put into effect. Is that right? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how long that took?
To create the policy,
To change the policy and inform Monica that it had been changed.
I believe that Henry was doing that, but I assume it was like a week or so.
Okay. And that policy was put into effect. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So again, the only thing that was not resolved was the issue of the life insurance. Is that right? As
Yes.
far as you knew.
Yes.
And that became the subject matter of the text to and from Monica, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, could I have 9 pages of text messages between the witness and the defendant? Date marked defense next.
That'd be 615. Is this the same as 175?
It is somewhat duplicative and also different.
Very good.
So just to make sure we have everything that occurred in terms of text messages back and forth from you to Monica, let me show you page 1 of this text message. This one looks like it's dated 2/10/2017 at 7:28:32. Can you see that top one?
Yes.
And that says, "Hi Monica, this is Janet. I will be at your house on Monday between 10:30 if that's okay." Then she responds, "Perfect, thanks." Then you say, "No problem, see you there." Correct?
Correct.
And you did go out to the house on Monday between 10 and 10:30?
Yes.
This is page 2, starting at the top. This says, I'm not sure it says anything there. It has an attachment, however. You see that?
Yes.
It is sent from a number 81821.
Yes.
And that number is?
My number.
Okay. And it's sent to Monica, it says. And you know what the attachment was?
It might have been a death certificate.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, looks like it. And why was the death certificate involved here?
Because you needed that information to exercise the stock option, so I had to fax things on her behalf because I don't believe they had a fax machine.
And did you inform Monica of that fact that she had to get a death certificate?
Yes.
Okay. And did she go out and get a death certificate and supply it to you?
I believe so.
And I assume a death certificate was also needed for any claimed life insurance. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now the second line there has the attachment as well. And then the third line at the bottom says, "Hi Monica, I faxed all the documents with the exception of Aon Hewitt, AON-HEWICT. The fax did not go through. I will try again in the AM." You see that?
Yes.
And that was again on February 13th, right?
Yes.
And I think you just answered prosecutor's question as who Aon Hewitt was, which was what again? You can remind me if you would?
Canada, the equivalent.
All right. You can then look at chronological order, page 3, beginning at the top. This is dated the same day, February 13th. And it's Monica saying, "Okay, I haven't received any phone calls." You see that?
Yes.
You know what that referred to?
Meaning from P&G or the Canadian Aon Hewitt.
Okay. So she had sent the death certificate and had not received any phone calls, or do you know what that referred to?
That's what I was assuming. Yeah.
Okay. And then you said, "No problem, I'm always there to help," which I assume was true. Is that right?
Yes.
And she said, "Monica, I know you left message with P&G number, no call back here. Have you heard anything?" The next,
There's that last question.
I was just reading that. Does that appear to be the message that she sent to you? The text?
Yes.
Okay, again, that was on February, this is February 14th, so it would have been the next day, correct?
Correct.
Page 4, starting at the top. That is from Monica to you. NVM, you know what that means?
Never mind.
Thank you. They called all good thanks. You see that?
Yes.
And then there is a response from you, "Okay, great." You see that?
Yes.
Right there. And then below, we're now on February 17th, which is 3 days after the last one was February 14th. And you initiate this text 3 days later. "Hi Monica, just checking in with you on the insurances. Have you heard anything or do you need more help?" You see that?
Yep.
So you were, again, offering her help to try to navigate this insurance issue 3 days later.
Correct.
And she responds, just waiting for packets to come in mail. And so on. Attorney will be helping. I gave him your number. He may contact you with questions I can't answer. Thank you so much for everything. You see that?
Yes.
And she had indicated in that she had talked to an attorney, I assume you assume because of the problems that were not being resolved, correct?
I didn't make any assumptions. Yeah.
But again, you didn't know that LAPD was putting the hold on it.
No.
Let's go to the next page 5 of Defense Exhibit 615. And you are now, this is on the 17th again of February. Got it, no problem. Let me know if you need anything else, correct?
Yep.
And she says, thank you. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that was on February 17th. So, before I get to the next, it's fair to say that you were offering your help every time there appeared to be an issue or a problem, correct?
Yes.
So, when she was contacting you, it was, as far as you understood, partly because you had offered your help and you were willing to give her the help when she was not succeeding in navigating this issue of life insurance or anything else.
Yes.
You were there for her,
Yes.
to your credit. You can say yes.
Yes.
And then we have another text here, which is dated March 2nd, 2017. So now we're approximately over 2 weeks, about 2 weeks from the previous text message. You see that?
Yes.
Had you had any contact with Monica during those 2 weeks?
I can't recall.
Okay. So is it fair to say that these text messages are the best evidence of what your contact was with Monica during this time period?
Yes. And voicemail.
Okay. So that was on March 2nd, and then Monica answers 6 days later. You see that? March 8th. And she says, hi Janet, can you please call me when you have a chance? You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in response to your saying, have you heard anything else on insurance, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, page 6. And this is from you to her, correct?
Yes.
This is now March 8th. Hi, I'm in meetings till this afternoon. We'll call when I have a break later this afternoon. You see that? That was from you to her, right?
Yes.
And then further down, there's a response, okay. And then the next day, March 9th, she says, can you call me today when you get a chance? Got that?
Yes.
And that was following the day before when you said, we'll call when I have a break later this afternoon. See that?
Yes.
Okay. Now that was on March 8th. Now we go to March 14th. So we're going ahead 6 days. And you get back to her and say, hi Monica, we've been told your MetLife claim is being reviewed and processed. The latest we've heard is MetLife needs to confirm the incident with LAPD. See that?
Yes.
And I assume that correctly gave her information that you had received from MetLife.
From Tracy.
From Tracy. And again, in answer to what was holding this up, right? Waiting to hear from LAPD.
Yes.
And again, you did not know why or for what reason LAPD was holding it up.
Correct.
You had no contact personally with LAPD?
No.
Now the next item, page 7, this is dated March 14. and she says to you, okay, I heard that, too bad, that was last week. I heard that, too bad, that was last week, but that was last week. Do I call to check on status? And you responded on the same day. Sure, you can try. Maybe check with detectives too to see when they can respond to MetLife. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then she says, okay. And there's a phone number given for Detective Parshall. You see that?
Yes.
That's on March 16th, 2 days later. Is that right?
Yes.
From her to you, from Monica to you?
Yes.
Do you know why she was sending you Detective Parshall's phone number?
I can't recall.
Had she asked you to perhaps contact Detective Parshall and find out what was holding this up?
Possibly.
Did you do so?
No.
Because it was out of your hands, or what? You didn't have the authority, or what?
Yeah, no, that I didn't have the authority, and no, I just
You had
didn't.
done all you could on your end.
Correct.
All right, let's go forward then to page 8 of the exhibit, and this is on March 16th. And you say, thanks, we'll pass on the info. Now that was the info from Parshall. Were you passing that info on to anyone?
Yeah, to Henry and Tracy.
Okay, so that's the best you could do on your end.
Correct.
And it says, on the 22nd of March, 5 days later, hi, sorry missed your call yesterday. We've been in all day, team events yesterday and today. Do you want to talk tomorrow or text? You see that?
Yes.
So you're reaching out to her to see if she wants to discuss this further, right? Or for what reason? Let me ask you. Do you know why you were reaching out to her if you want to, when you say you want to talk tomorrow or text?
Because she called me.
Okay. And you assumed it had something to do with one of the issues, which had been really just life insurance, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now moving ahead from the 22nd of March to April 12th. This is about 3 weeks later. You say, hi, Monica, thinking of you and checking in to see how you are. Also, all good with insurance now? You see that?
Yep.
So, during this 3-week period, I assume you had not had any contact with Monica.
No. Yeah.
That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And you wanted to know why.
I didn't.
I'll withdraw that. You were hoping that it had been resolved and maybe she didn't need your help anymore, correct?
Correct.
So she writes back, sends back a text on the same day, on board a flight to Canada for Easter. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. This is page 9, and you'll be happy to know the last one. And she sends back to you on that date also, no progress with insurance. We must wait for investigation to be over, so who knows. Also, stocks going to probate as there was no will, so everything pretty much sucks, and I'm very, very tired. Wish you had better news. Thanks for checking in. You see that?
Yes.
And that speaks for itself. Did you check back with her or respond? Okay, I see you did. So here's the one below it, which is the same date, almost 2 minutes, just 2 minutes later, 12/24/31. You go, oh no, on the stocks. Is this the P&G stocks, the U.S. or Canada? And she sends back U.S. And then you say, have a safe trip to Canada. I'll see what I can find out on those PG stocks. You see that?
Yes.
That appears to be the last text message between you and Monica. Do you recall that being the last one?
I think so.
Okay. And basically there was one shown to you where she said everything sucks and it's been all put over till May and that's it, right?
Yes.
And that was the end of your attempt to aid or help her in navigating these issues she was concerned about, right? Or
I
did you
think
do
so.
anything more? if you
No, I
recall?
didn't do anything more.
And in all fairness, you done everything you could. It was beyond your control and out of your hands.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Anything on redirect?
Yes, please. Ms. Cover, these text messages that we just went through with both myself and defense counsel, those text messages, were they exactly the same ones that I just went through with you?
Yes.
There was no additional text messages?
No.
There's no variation to what I went through with you, right, as far as the text messages?
Yes.
Nothing was different?
No.
Okay. As far as the P&G, I know defense counsel stated that everything was resolved except the life insurance, but you mentioned the stock options. And when you called on behalf of the defendant to exercise the P&G stock options, was that at the defendant's direction? If you remember.
To exercise? Yes.
On February 13th, you met with the defendant at her house, right?
Yes.
And then you made a call and you testified that one of those calls was to P&G in order to exercise the stock options. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the defendant was aware that that was one of your objectives, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But then you testified that the stock options, the value was put on hold. What do you mean?
You mean after?
Yes, after. I'm sorry.
So I assume it had been all related to the whole thing.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you got a notice, you called to exercise the stock options and then it was put on hold. What do you mean by put on hold?
It was put on hold by the LAPD.
Okay, so the stock options were not able to be exercised
Correct.
by the defendant.
Correct.
All right. So that was still an unresolved issue as well as the life insurance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. One moment. Okay, nothing further.
Anything on recross?
Yes, thank you. Were you aware that there were several different options that were part of Fabio's death benefits?
Objection made.
So ruled.
I just knew there were stock options.
Okay, but were you aware that there were more than one option?
Objection made.
You're referring to the stocks, is that correct?
Yes.
So ruled.
No. I just knew there were stock options. So if there's any details beyond it, I didn't know.
Did you actually review a list of all of the benefits that Monica was being given by Wella or had been purchased by Fabio after his death? I think Henry Mayer gave that to Monica. Did you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall how many different options were listed there?
At this time, no, I don't recall.
Okay. So as far as the options and what they were for and what they were worth, you had no idea, correct?
At this time, I don't know.
At that time, did you know what the options were worth or how many they were?
I think I don't have the document in front of me, but I assume that it was listed there in terms of how many there were, but I can't put that in a number value.
You didn't look that up.
No.
And you don't recall if there were more than one option.
No.
How did you try to exercise that, you said?
I called the phone number, and basically when you call the phone number, it triggers that exercise.
Okay. So how did you learn that did not go through or was not honored?
Through Monica.
Okay. So as far as you know, she was then contacted by the company. Is that right?
Correct.
Well, she could have just called the options herself, couldn't she? The number?
Yes.
You had offered to do that for her, correct?
Yes.
Did you do it for more than one stock option or just one stock option?
I did it for the P&G stock options, and then there was an equivalent one for Canada.
So how many were there?
I only called 2 phone numbers.
You called 2 phone numbers.
Correct.
And in each one you were told what?
It was a voicemail that I left.
And then she followed through. Is that correct?
They,
Just saying.
Well, did you do anything else?
no,
Do you know if they were ever paid?
no.
Do you know who the options were for, whether it's for her or children or anyone else?
I can't recall, but I can't recall.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further by the people? No. Thank you, Ms. Clover. You're excused.
Okay. I think where we ended, good morning, Detective Gable.
Morning.
I think where we ended, we were talking yesterday about the arrest of the defendant and Robert Baker on June 14th, 2017, and they've been placed in the back of a black and white patrol vehicle, right?
Correct.
And again, just to refresh, where were you while the defendant and Baker were inside the patrol vehicle?
I was in the van, a car or two or length behind the black and white.
And were you able to monitor the conversation or anything that happened inside the patrol vehicle live, like as it occurred?
Yes.
Now, for the entirety of how long they were inside, do you know how long they were inside that patrol vehicle?
Just to guess, 30 minutes at the
Okay.
most.
So as far as there was a recording device then inside the vehicle.
Yes, on the front dashboard.
And so for 30, 40 minutes, have you reviewed that recording device at some point, whether it be recently or back in the day?
7 years ago, yes.
Okay, so there's about 30, 40 minutes of
Or
recording.
less, somewhere in there.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a portion of it, about 13 minutes reduced down. We've cut the portion to 13 minutes.
Okay.
And there's a video up on the screen right now. Did I mark it yesterday? I did mark it.
73, the transcript is 174.
Okay.
John, can we request that you know that it's not continuous and it's...
Again, counsel, that is something you're going to inquire. I'm not going to do your job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to put up on the screen. So what we're looking at right here, is this a recording? Well, can you explain what's up on the screen? There's a video up on the screen where you can see actually a video of an individual. Who's that individual?
Yes, that's Monica on the right,
Okay.
and Robert, you can see his face on the left.
Okay. And just to put it into context then, what we're looking at, we see kind of a screen, but then we see something under it. Were you recording from a phone? Can you explain how we are viewing this recording? It's easier in your words, I think.
Sure, yeah. So what we're seeing in the still is this is the dividing window between the front and the back of the black and white police vehicle. Like here's the shotgun that stands up, you always see, and this is a sliding window that opens and closes. It's opened. The recording device, the only one that worked, was on the front dash of the vehicle pointing back toward them. So you're looking from the front dashboard to the back of the vehicle.
Okay.
And what you're seeing on the screen here is my partner used his cell phone to videotape the live feed.
So just to be clear, when you review this, will you hear a audio recording of the communication, correct? You can hear the audio.
Yes.
And then the video will not necessarily be synced up with the audio. Is that correct?
Correct. I can explain why.
If you can explain.
Because what happened was when we were I'm sorry, hold on, pull the band off. When we were watching this live, at some point the technician stated that this isn't recording, it's only live.
When you mean recording, you're talking about audio or video?
Video. We thought that when this was going on, it was live, but we thought it was also recording. So when my partner found out that it wasn't recording, it wasn't going to be preserved, that's when he whipped his phone out and he got what he could.
Okay. So you were watching the video live and able to record it, but the recording device didn't preserve it in the car.
Correct.
So from where are you sitting when you're recording these two individuals? Where are you guys, you and your partner?
This is the back of the surveillance van, and there's my partner's back there, and I'm probably to his left, watching the screen.
So again, their mouths, their movements aren't going to be synced necessarily with the audio, but this is what you saw.
Correct. He was just trying to preserve some of the visual.
Okay. And may I hand out the transcripts?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I love the damn cameras, dude.
Oh my God, please.
What the fuck? Listen.
Don't talk.
I know, listen. Gotta get a lawyer immediately.
I don't know what's going on.
This is crazy. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. This is absolutely fucking insane. It's fucking nuts. What's wrong with these fucking people, man? What the fuck?
Video is not contemporaneous with the audio.
That was made clear earlier. So ruled. See.
I can't hear anything yet.
I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but this is fucking bullshit. This is crazy. This is fucking nuts.
crazy. Someone is doing this to me, Dad.
It's eating marks. Especially when you're target. Just get lower.
24 Edward 43, additional on Robert Baker. He was showing as a 296 registrant at a 6817 Independence, apartment 110, Hanover Park.
There you go. There you go. And that's why.
24 Edward 42, Roger.
And that's why I'm in this shit. This is why you're here. Because you're a friendship with me.
This is fucked up. I need to know what is going on right now.
Don't worry about it. Stay with protocol. Stay.
Somebody did this. 3 times.
Got it.
I don't know.
Everybody's never right. So you get some bed like a bed. I'm gonna keep you locked up for that forever. Because I'm just saying. Because I'm ex wrong with you about doing this shit. Tell me.
Yes, I'm blind. Doesn't matter.
Just go for shit. Get yourself together. Get yourself together. Don't talk to me, please. Don't talk to part of what's his name, whatever the fuck he says. The guy who don't know.
This is not good. Come on, listen to me.
You out of all fucking people, you. What the fuck? That's it. The last time you went and talked to this guy, you said that they read.
Yeah. Yep. There's something very, very wrong here.
We got you some murder suspects.
I can't believe this is happening. Just come here in here. How could they not tell us anything?
Through the transcripts. We'll take our morning recess for 15.
All right, thank you. Regarding the what we just listened to, the police car over here. We're not going to go through it again. Just we didn't hear the radio dispatch part where they notified the defendant that there was a warrant for her arrest for the murder. Can you just again? They're initially arrested and they're put in the car and told that it's a stolen car. Is that right?
Correct.
And then what was the demeanor that you viewed while you watched it live when they were put in the car for the stolen car ruse?
It's overruled.
Their demeanor was fairly lighthearted because the officer assured them that this was really procedural. They believed that it wasn't a stolen car, but they had to go through the steps. So they were casual and no issues at all.
Now, do we have video of that you know? Was it recording yet, or what happened?
It was filming live, but not recording. We didn't realize it till much later. This is the video we watched was toward the very end of the detention.
Okay, so I know it gets a little tricky. So multiple devices failed in the police car.
Many
correct?
things. Yes.
Go ahead.
The microphones that we put in are specialized to pick up whispers, and the one that we put where their mouths would have been, that one was inadvertently turned off instead of on. It's easy to do. I won't explain how, but it was inadvertently turned off instead of on. They're very small, about the size of a 50-cent piece. And then the one that was supposed to be back where their heads are if you're leaning back in the car, that was a miscommunication, and they just didn't put it in. So we went from 2 highly sensitive microphones down to 1 very poor microphone in the front of the car.
So when we viewed the defendant and Baker sitting in the patrol car, and there was like a partition, right?
Yes.
When they first got in the car, if you can describe just what happens as far as the process until we start seeing it, what was recorded. What you watched live as far as the defendant and Baker in the patrol car.
Sure. So after a short time, maybe 5 minutes at the most, that's when they came back with the warrant for Monica. And understandably, there was a huge change of demeanor. And they spoke and whispered, but I can't recall exactly what they said without hearing it again.
And to be clear, while they're sitting there thinking they're under arrest or there's a stolen car stop, do they seem concerned about that?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
The dispatch, you have it intentionally played where they can hear it in the car saying there's a warrant for Monica Sementilli's arrest, correct?
Yes. It was
and
very
then,
clear.
while you're watching it live, what can you see or hear them do?
So for the first, they're leaning in, head to head. You can see the tops of their heads, and they're leaning in, talking to each other.
So when you look at the screen right now, it's up on the screen, the last exhibit that I marked, which was 173, the video.
Yeah.
You can see the top of their heads. What's down below them?
It's a black plastic or metal wall or with plastic on the outside, and the microphone was just behind the plastic. And you could see the top of their heads as they were facing into each other.
So as soon as that dispatch came out, was that the first reaction that you viewed live?
Yes, I started whispering very quickly.
Could you hear or make out any of the whispers?
None of them.
And how long did they whisper?
Well, we then read the felony warrant for Baker. So I would say the total deep whispering was a good 5 minutes. And that's when my partner, when we were in the van to explain that a little more, he says to me, he goes, "Wow, this is going to be really good video." And that's when the tech said, "Oh, this doesn't record." And that's when he whipped out the phone. So we had missed all of that action.
As far as the video recording?
As far as the
with
video.
tech. So you watched it live, but it wasn't recording to be preserved?
Correct.
And then in addition to that, the audio that you had installed in the position near where they were whispering failed?
Completely failed.
Okay. So you were twofer.
I'm sorry?
Never mind.
Oh.
Okay, so after that, then you had their heads were down for about 5 minutes whispering. You couldn't.
Up and down. Up and down.
Okay, up and down.
Yeah.
Then the radio broadcast came out, not the one that we heard, but a first one that Baker was also had a warrant for murder. Is that correct?
Yes, but I just included that. As they were whispering up and down, the second warrant came out, and then they continued to go down and whisper. And that's the pauses you can hear in the beginning. You can slightly hear some whispering, and they're long pauses where you're kind of thinking maybe they're not doing anything. They're whispering down there.
Okay.
It's overruled.
And just to be clear, you could hear whispering, you just couldn't hear what the words were?
You can hear very light whispering like that.
Okay. Now, within this transcript that we did listen to, actually the audio we listened to, you heard Baker say the word protocol, the statement protocol. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, respectively.
This guy?
Do you have a military background?
Yes, I do.
Is protocol a term in the military that you refer to?
All the time.
Now, do you know Baker to have a military background?
Yes, he has about 10 years military.
Do you know what kind of military?
Yes, I believe he was an MP, and I know he was a recruiter and also a drill sergeant in the Army.
And what is your military background?
I was also in the Army for 23 years. I was a paratrooper for 4 years in the 82nd Airborne, and then I spent the rest of my time in Special Forces.
Okay. And when you said MP, what is that?
Military police.
So is protocol a term within the military that's used on a regular basis or frequently?
It is, but I mean, this courtroom's full of protocols too. There's protocols everywhere, but military lives on protocols. I've developed many protocols myself.
And is that a term that you would use?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so when you hear Baker talk about staying in protocol, when he tells Monica that, what does that mean?
Objection, again, speculation.
As to what Baker means is sustained. As to what protocol means in the military, that'd be overruled.
What does it mean in the military?
In the military, protocol is basically a rule or a set of rules.
Can take 2 people talking at the
Yeah.
same time?
A protocol is a rule or set of rules that people agree to follow. Now, protocols don't just come out of thin air. They come out of a lot of planning, a lot of thought.
I object to that, Your Honor. It's pure speculation. It's not a definition.
Actually, it is. It's overruled.
In my experience, protocols come from a lot of thought, a lot of planning, many times.
Then his experience is irrelevant.
I'm utilizing this as a definition in the military.
Go ahead.
A lot of planning, training, real life experience. And once those practices are honed into a successful thing, they become rules that we follow in a protocol. For example, if we're going to a target and we take route A to B, and I tell the team, if we get hit with an IED or an ambush, we're going to use protocol 2. The whole team knows what protocol 2 is. I don't have to sit there and explain what the whole thing is. They know what it is and they know what to do. And that's what we do. We develop protocols, we test them out, and again, they take a long time to plan, and then they become the rules you live by.
So the phrase "stay in protocol," is that something that would have been planned in advance?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take into protocol from your military background on arresting Robert Baker? You'd already known that you had his DNA at the scene, right?
Yes.
Did that factor in, though, your background with protocol, knowing that he had a background in the military? Did that factor into why he wasn't arrested earlier?
I'm going to object on this. Pure speculation, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Okay, why didn't you arrest Baker earlier once you knew that his DNA had been found at the scene?
Okay, sure. After meeting with Valley Bureau Homicide, and they explained that that's the process that they were using. They were withholding that because they wanted to do further investigation to find out what was going on with the relationship, and also if they could identify the unknown suspect that went in the house with Baker. My partner and I discussed it and thought that that was a good thing to do. We also, at that time, we knew that he had 10 years military experience, and he did have a criminal record, but it didn't indicate that he was going to start randomly murdering people. So with my experience with the military and with the jobs that he achieved in the military, being a drill instructor, an MP, and even a recruiter, you have to be mission focused. You have to be disciplined. And I took him to be a disciplined, mission-focused guy. And I believe that this murder was very targeted, very specific, and he accomplished his target, and he was done. So I felt that he posed no risk to the public.
And no risk to the defendant?
Not at all, no.
When we talked yesterday, along the lines of just prior to this arrest on June 9th, you had testified that you were aware that Detective Gene Parshall had sent an email. Well, I think at the time you weren't sure what the form was. Did you go back and review or refresh your memory on what the form was of communication that Detective Parshall communicated with the defendant regarding basically clearing her on June 9th?
Yes, it was at my direction, and I did review it, and it was an email.
Okay. People's Exhibit 54 then, up on the screen, it's already been marked. And was this the email that you reviewed that Detective Parshall has already been entered into evidence sent to the defendant, Monica Sementilli, on June 9th, letting her know that LAPD was going to clear her? What?
No. This is June 7th, and this is... Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
It's June 9th.
It was a trick.
Yes, that's email.
Okay. All right. Now, did you go back and review then? First of all, are you familiar with Celebrate?
I am.
What's your experience, and can you explain? We've already heard some testimony on Celebrate, but what's your experience using Celebrate?
Okay, in layman's terms, because I'm not a tech guy, Celebrate is a device or software that we use.
Sustained.
What is your background and training on the Celebrate usage?
Okay. My background on it is I've worked with technicians many times on many homicide cases to download phones.
And are you familiar with the software then of downloading phones on cases that you worked while you were a detective at LAPD?
I'm familiar with using and querying the software after the download.
Okay, and you're familiar here that there was a download that was stipulated to of Celebrate records?
Yes.
Okay, did you review those records of Celebrate for the defendant's phone from a recent extraction in 2023?
I did, but only pertaining to the topic of this email from Gene Parshall.
All right, and specifically, did you review the records then from the defendant's phone from her download extraction in 2023 from on the date of June 9th, for the date of June 9th, 2017?
Yes.
I have 6 pages, Joe, if I may mark these as People's 176.
This page is what?
And it is a timeline. It says timeline 36 at the top. It's Celebrate download from the date of 6/9/2017 of defendant's phone.
Very well.
Object again. There's no foundation.
Denied.
And do you recognize these documents?
Yes, it is. One second.
Okay, so is this the date of June 9th then, 2017?
Yes,
And were these records then the defendant's cell phone that you reviewed?
yes,
And it's got her number listed throughout as well as her email?
correct.
Okay, specifically going to page 3, and that's item number 16. I'll zoom in. What is here?
This is an email that came into Monica at 3:03 from Jean Parshall.
Okay, and is that the email that I just showed you people's 54 right here?
Yes.
Indicating that they're going to basically clear her.
Yes.
Okay. Item number 18 then, zooming in here, what is right here at 18?
Yes, this is at 3:15 p.m. and this is her opening that email.
Okay, so you can tell from this that the email came from Parshall, and about 11, 12 minutes later, she opened the email.
Yes.
All right. Moving to entry number 24 on page 3. Right here is line 24. What is that?
This is a phone call to Rob Baker's phone number.
Okay, so the email was opened at 3:15, and then it was opened at 3:15, and then at 2 minutes later, she made a call to Baker.
At 3:17, yes.
Okay, can you tell what kind of call that is? I mean, can
It's
you
a-
tell if it connected or if it went to voicemail? If you can tell.
According to, I think it's zero duration, so.
Okay. And then on number 25, 6/9/2017 at 3:20, what is that?
That's a phone call to Detective Jean Parshall's desk line.
Okay, and then again, that's,
Zero duration.
okay, so again, 5 minutes after she opened it. Between her opening the email, did she make any calls before she called Baker?
Just review it. No.
So Baker was the first call after she opened the email, clearing her by LAPD.
Yes.
And then 26, line 26, what is that?
That's at 3:20 p.m. and that's a phone call to Baker's phone number with a duration of 20 seconds.
Okay, again, can you tell from that if it's a conversation or a voicemail?
I can't tell.
All right. And then going down to line 27, a text message. Is that a text message from the defendant to Vanessa?
Yes.
Is that fair?
To Vanessa.
And it says, just got amazing news from the detective. I'm shaking and coming down for a smoke.
Yes.
And is this all while she's in Canada?
I believe she's at New York this time
New
still.
York. Okay. And then 28, the next line, there's another text message, and it's from, again, the defendant to an Anna.
Yes.
Do you know who Anna is?
She's a member of the family.
Of the defendant's family?
Yeah.
And she writes, OMG, I'm shaking, correct?
Yes.
And there's an image sent. Do you know what that image is?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. All right. And then this particular, this is Mark. If I may mark this equals 177, it's a screenshot of an email.
All right.
177, do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the screenshot that we recovered from Baker's SD drive.
So this particular screenshot then, that particular email then was, it was an email from Parshall, it was screenshot and then forwarded to Baker? Is that correct?
I assume so because it was in his SD card.
I'm going to object to that assumption. I don't know if I'm...
I assume so, be stricken. It was an SD card remains.
And then were you part of his SD card?
I'm sorry?
For you, the SD card, okay, so your SD card, did you examine his SD card, then Baker's, during the time that you investigated this case?
Yes.
What was your role in that?
The day of the arrest, we did search warrants at multiple locations to include Baker's residence, and the detectives that searched the warrant of that location recovered, amongst other things, this SD card. Once we got it back, I sent it to our digital people to be downloaded, and then I viewed it.
Okay. This particular one right here found in the defendant's phone, right? Monica Sementilli, People's 177?
This one was found on the defendant's SD card.
Okay, and it's a screenshot from her phone, though, correct?
Correct.
Now, the time on this is 6:17 p.m.
Yes.
She was in New York at this time.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we have to celebrate records, though, and I'm saying 3 something. That's LA time, so it's 3 o'clock. It's correct on these records, but it's 6 o'clock in New York, correct?
Correct. When you get a Celebrate, you can choose which time zone you want it in, and this one was chosen to be Pacific time zone.
So
that's
these
what.
times are correct. It's just that she was in New York.
Correct.
Okay. So they correlate in time frame with her receiving the message, forwarding a screenshot, and calling Baker.
Exactly.
Okay. After the arrest in the patrol car, then, did you take the defendant and Baker both, not you personally, but were they taken to the station?
Yes, Van Nuys Station.
And can you explain who took them and what the process was, if you know specifically who took them?
Officers took them.
Okay.
I don't know which ones. They separated them and took them individually.
And they went in separate police cars?
Separate police cars, yeah.
And then when they got to the station, did you have any contact then with the defendant in court?
Yes.
All right, starting with that, what was your plan when you got to the station?
The plan was preset. The plan was to place both defendants separate in cells, along with a undercover operative agent working on our behalf.
When you say an undercover operative agent, what do you mean?
That means it can be, they work as an agent for us. It can be a police officer, it can be a civilian, but they're working under our direction.
What is the goal of that agent working under your direction?
The goal is to glean information through conversation regarding the case.
Now, just to be clear, at the stage in the proceeding of the defendant just being arrested, is this a perfectly legal operation?
Yes, it's called a Perkins operation. I think it was from Perkins versus Minnesota court case. Illinois. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I shouldn't have said that in front of the
Okay, so you'll remember that from now on.
Yeah, I'll remember it now.
So you have an agent in there, and then what information do you provide this agent?
We provide basic information on the case so that they have an understanding of what they're listening to, if it's something relevant to the case, and that it helps guide the conversation.
You may have just said this, but is the agent then an employee of the LAPD? Is it a civilian? Is it another inmate?
It can be anyone that we deem that we want to work as our agent. In this case, they were both employees. Well, one was a sheriff, and the other one I think was from another department. But it could have been a civilian too. But in this case, it was law enforcement.
So specifically for the defendant, you had somebody basically undercover acting as another inmate.
Yes, a female sheriff.
A female sheriff.
Ellie.
And is the goal of that female sheriff who's undercover just to get basically the defendant talking and see what she says?
Yes.
Is the cell or the agent, I guess I should ask, is there a recording device to capture any conversations that happen within the holding cell?
Yes.
Okay. While this is going on, did you monitor it live? Meaning, did you sit at another location and listen to what was going on?
Yes.
Were you able to watch what was going on?
Yes, I believe this one had video. It's been 7 years. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Now, prior to that, so you gave the agent basic information. Did you give them any instructions on specific things that you wanted them to try to get out of the defendant?
No, they understand why they're there.
Sustain.
Did you explain to them why they're there?
Yes.
And what did you explain?
We explain the case to them, and the agent, the person that's working for us, understands the goal is to keep the conversation about the case.
Can I be sustained?
Again, what did you tell the agent?
We told the agent to keep the conversation in a normal setting so you don't wig the person out, to keep gearing it toward the case that we're investigating.
Now, going in a sequence, you take the defendant. Is she? She's put into the cell with this undercover agent. Is that correct?
In this case, yes.
Do you know, if you recall, was there anybody else in this cell?
I don't recall, but
Okay. But at this point, she knows she's under arrest. Is that correct?
oh yeah.
Okay. Do you tell the defendant any information?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
At one point early on, I went to the cell. I don't remember verbatim, but I know I told her that we knew that Baker's DNA and blood was all over the crime scene, and we've known for some time, and we wanted to talk to her about that at some point.
Okay. Did you tell her that you had been following her and Baker?
I don't believe I told her that at the cell
Okay, at that point.
at that point.
Right. After you told her that statement, at that time, did she make any spontaneous statements to you?
I don't recall. And to your last question, I could have said that too. I don't recall. It's been, again, 7 years since I've looked at it.
Okay. So at that moment, at some point then, did she make a statement to you spontaneously in regard to what you stated to her about the finding Baker's DNA?
Yes.
And was that recorded?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have another exhibit. If I could mark the recording statement from the defendant as 178 and the transcript that accompanies it as 179.
And is the recording on a DVD, CD, what? What's the recording on? Flash drive?
1 second.
What's my JA going to get?
Okay, let's see.
Can I verify, is this with the officer or with the person?
These are the Perkins.
Here it is.
That's being.
Trustee posted. DVD.
Thank you.
I'll leave my post-it out.
Transcript is 179.
Okay. Where did this conversation take place?
At Van Nuys Station.
Okay,
in an
so-
interview room.
I know we've used the term Perkins with the undercover agent, and that room was being recorded.
I can't.
Well, sorry. The conversation and the part that we're going to hear, this is who's speaking with the defendant.
Let me just check. So this conversation appears to be,
It's on
or
the screen right
statement, I
there.
should say, appears to be at the end when we were interviewing Monica in an interview room. So it was just myself, my partner, and Monica.
Okay. So,
Not a part of the Perkins.
are you in the screen right there?
Oh,
I'm sorry? I'm listening. You're around?
I don't know if you've seen it before.
All right.
No, thank you. I just wanted to make clear it's not the Perkins, it's the officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to back up, this is she was in a cell to do the Perkins, correct? And at some point, you took her out of the cell. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And then at some point, you put her back in the cell to continue the undercover operation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this is the portion when you took her out and you let her know about finding Baker's DNA at the crime scene.
Well, no, we let her know about that at the jail cell door. I'm guessing about an hour before.
Okay.
And this is coming up to give her a formal interview.
Okay. So when you told her at the jail cell door, then there was no response at that moment when you gave her that information?
No, it's just information I was giving her, no response.
an hour later you're in the room and she makes a spontaneous statement in regard to that, what you told her earlier about the DNA.
Yes, and to be accurate, when I did tell her at the jail door, she may have had a response. I just don't know what it was.
Okay, and we're going to go ahead and play
I
that.
wasn't asking for a response.
Okay.
I can't believe that, I don't believe that Rob did that. And the only other thing I can think of that his DNA would be in my house is probably when I cracked him in the hand when we played racquetball. It's probably on my racket, it's probably on my shoes, it's probably in the gym courts, and I brought the towel home. And I even showed it to my husband, and he said, don't bother washing it, I will get rid of it. And that's the only thing I can think of for it to even be maybe in the garage, maybe in the sink if he put it in the sink, because I didn't see it after that. And that's the only thing I can think of that I've been thinking while I've been laying down there. How can this DNA be in my home? So that's all I can really, that I know.
Okay. Yeah. This point then, at this point then you're having these conversations with the defendant. She offers a statement about DNA. And at that point now, we're in June, so she already knows that there's a potential of blood all over her house in various places, right?
I'm sorry, you lost me at the end there.
Yeah, so sustained.
Okay. Throughout the investigation, you had already had, the defendant was already aware, she'd been through the crime scene, she knew that there was blood there because she was asking detectives continually about the DNA in the blood. So she knew that there was DNA at her house.
Sustained.
Had you had conversations about the DNA with the defendant at her house?
No, I was present during the conversation that Jean Parcell was having with
Okay.
her, but I never had a conversation with her.
Okay, but you were present for it.
Yes.
All right. So when she makes that statement then, did you do anything then to follow up on her statement that she made to you about this DNA? She thought about it. She could have been there when she cracked him in the hand playing racquetball. Had you ever heard that before?
Before that moment?
Yes.
No.
Did you follow up to see if there's anything about a racquetball injury?
Yes.
What'd you do?
One thing I did is review the video of Baker leaving the racquetball, the gym that day, and it didn't appear that it had an injured hand.
And did you also review the video of her leaving that day,
Yes.
which would be January 23rd, 2017?
Yes.
Okay.
She, I believe, left about a minute or so after him. And I didn't see a towel or anything that...
And why did you go back and review those videos?
Rule.
I was trying to verify her statement.
Okay. So playing what's been previously marked as 42, and we'll start with Monica, the defendant leaving the gym. You could play that. One second. Is that the video you reviewed as far as the defendant leaving the gym on the day of the murder?
Yes.
And did you review it multiple times?
Enough to get what I needed to see.
Did you see any form of a towel, bloody towel, anything like that that she was bringing from the gym with her?
No.
Okay, showing you then the video, you also reviewed Robert Baker leaving the gym the same day, January 23rd, 2017. I'm going to play that. Okay, did you review that multiple times as well?
I did.
And anything that showed that he had an injury to his left hand, favoring the hand, Band-Aids on the hand, towel on the hand, anything like that to indicate an injury?
No, and I made note of that because he was using his left hand very freely to open the doors, and I didn't notice anything.
Did you ever recover any evidence whatsoever that there was ever an injury at LA Fitness on a racquetball court where Robert Baker bled?
None, and we checked up on that, got negative results.
Overall.
Okay. Now, during your conversations with the defendant, did you bring her cell phone?
Yes.
What was the purpose of bringing her cell phone?
We had a search warrant to have it opened.
And again, was this in the interview room then away from the cell with the Perkins agent?
No, this was back down at the cell.
At the cell?
At the cell, at the end of the operation.
Okay, at the end of the operation, you brought her phone. And what was the purpose of you bringing her phone?
For her to open it for us.
Why did you want her to open it?
It makes it easier to analyze it later.
Okay, you had a warrant for it though?
Yes, we did.
Did you ask her for the passcode in order to access her phone?
Yes, we asked, yes.
Did she give it to you?
I don't recall if we asked for it or asked for her to open it, but she tried multiple times and she didn't know it, so she couldn't remember it.
Okay, did you ultimately get the password to her cell phone?
Yes, once it was opened through Cellbrite.
And what was the password?
1962.
What is the year of Robert Baker's birthday?
1962.
The Perkins operation that you conducted in, that was recorded, again, audio recorded?
Yes.
Okay, and have you been able to review that Perkins operation?
Not since 7 years ago.
Okay. Did you review it 7 years ago, the transcript and the audio of it?
Audio and transcript, yeah, a long time ago.
Okay. If I may mark as People's 180 and audio Perkins audio Perkins operation, and then the transcript is 181 of Perkins.
Again, counsel, I need to know how this is.
It's on a DVD.
DVD. 180 and 181, so marked.
I know, this whole situation, it just sucks. I'm sorry, what you said your name was? Monica. This is not right the way they're doing. What'd they do to you?
My husband was murdered.
Oh my
In
God.
January, yeah. And I left the house to run errands this morning. They pulled me over saying that my car was stolen. And then when I was they put me in handcuffs in the back of the car, and then they said there's a warrant for murder.
You murdered your husband?
No! That's what I'm saying, there's something wrong here. Something I don't know what this, I was just talking this morning on the phone. I'm being so helpful, trying to give them everything that we have, any kind of information, everything. I was talking this morning on the phone. After 5 months, still nothing was happening. And then I leave the house and I got pulled over for tinted windows and a stolen car. And then they said,
a stolen car too?
They say it's a stolen car. It's my car. I bought it. I bought it months ago. I paid for everything.
Oh my God.
You know.
So they're saying, like, you shot him?
No, both my daughter and I found him. He was stabbed to death in the backyard.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
20 years.
20 years you guys were married? Oh my gosh. And this morning?
I told you the text.
Oh, detective. Okay.
Telling him whatever, just checking in like I always do, see if there's any updates. He said, yeah, we got some good stuff. We're going to come and meet maybe on Friday or something. I was excited about it. I left the house and they brought me in. So I have no idea now what that is. And maybe we can hear soon. This is fucking fucked up.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And it happened at your house?
My backyard. Yeah. None of us were home.
Wow. That is crazy. So they arrested you, they think that you, if you weren't home, how'd you do it?
But that's what I'm saying. I don't understand. They have something they're not telling me, which I would love to know what it is.
That is crazy. And this happened like months ago. Wow. So somebody like broke in your house or something?
Yeah.
Somebody broke in your house? I don't know, but they keep coming and pushing a button. I have no idea.
Stole stuff and burglary even stole his car. He had a Porsche.
You live there long?
Particular house, about 4 years. I've only been in California for 7 years. We came here for his work. We're from Toronto, Canada.
How are you? Oh my gosh. I've never been to Canada.
I just got back yesterday.
From Canada?
Yeah, I was there on the weekend. They were honoring my husband with a Lifetime Achievement Award, so I went to accept it. I just got home last night.
Oh my gosh. What did he do for an achievement?
He was the VP of Education for what used to be Procter & Gamble, now the company's called Coty. They own Wella.
Coty?
Yeah, and they own Wella, like hair products. Wella, Sebastian.
Oh, Sebastian,
Yeah,
yes.
so he runs the education departments for all of that, North America.
Oh, wow.
So, and he was loved by, he was an amazing, you couldn't have made a better person if you made him with your own hands.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. I don't know why people just want to take from others, don't want to work for themselves, just want an easy way out. It's so sad. People don't care about other people anymore. I can only imagine what that felt like. Coming home to find I can't even. That's like a bad movie,
My youngest daughter found him. She came home. I came home maybe 30 seconds after her pulled in. She found him first.
Oh. How do you get that out of your head? I'm sure you just.
You don't. It's every day. And now this? What is this? What is this?
Okay. So you just came to your house and what you said with the car? You just riding an errand or something?
Yeah, just going to the store.
Wow.
So do you think they knew who your husband was, or they just broke into your house, like just?
Oh, you mean the burglars? I don't know. We don't know because he doesn't have any enemies. That's what I'd like to know. What is it that they know? What are your great leads, and what am I doing in here?
So how was you said on award, the ceremony or whatever you went to?
Big, a lot of people. It's a really nice tribute. You did a great job.
Did you have to do like an acceptance speech or something?
Yeah.
I use Sebastian products sometimes. It's kind of expensive. I mean, they're good quality products. So he would teach them like how to use the products, or what?
No, this is education more like in like all the hair salons and stuff like that. They do shows, hair shows. Getting salons to switch over to Yuzuela and Sebastian. So his teams would do that, would go in and do classes and stuff, but none.
Did your kids go with you to accept the award?
No, she just stayed here because they had school and work.
That probably would have been good for them, though, too.
So we had one here in May at the headquarters, which is on DeSoto. We had a big one there too.
I don't know how you can sleep. I'm so nervous.
I am so jet lagged and had no sleep. And I know they're going to keep making me wait hours here before I can talk to these guys.
You think if I told them that you did this?
I don't know. Obviously something, they have to have something to pull me in here, and I would like to know what the hell that is. Somebody set me up. I can't see that. We don't have anybody enemies or anything like that. Two suspects, two of them that did it to him. He's a big guy, my husband. Just don't know what I'm doing here.
How do you know it's two guys?
They have it on video.
Oh, well then how come they got it on video? How come they don't?
We can't. There's no description. They're covered. So that's why we're trying to find out who these people were this whole time. And next thing I know.
Oh, you had cameras at your house?
Yeah, and on the street, everywhere. We couldn't identify them. They were covered. And then,
this must have happened at nighttime.
No, it was 5 o'clock, maybe 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I came home just after 5, so we'll have to be in before that.
Wow.
Or something.
Knock, knock.
Detective, what's going on? Please, tell me what's going on.
I only have a little bit of time, okay?
Okay.
You guys need that? Yeah. Listen, so, remember the 2 detectives that we met like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
So, they started running with a bunch of information, okay?
Yeah.
And they came up with some stuff that links you
What?
to Fabio.
Tell me how.
Hold on a second. First, I want to find out, did you need to call your daughters?
I need to call my daughters, my family. I want to find out what's going on here.
Do you need some phone numbers out of your phone?
Yeah. Can you bring me my phone?
Well, no. They don't want me to give you your phone, okay? They're actually going to be down here a little bit later. They're going to be able to fill you in a lot more, okay?
Okay,
But
so.
for now, if you want some phone numbers, you can get in your phone. I can write them down on a piece of paper.
I know my daughter's numbers.
Okay, do you need the other phone numbers from your phone?
Well, no, I want to call them first. It depends how long I'm going to be here.
You don't need to get into your phone.
Unless you need to.
Okay. Well, they do need to. They have a search warrant for the phone as well.
Okay.
So what's the password for your phone?
It is, jeez. I have my finger password. I don't know. It's 1972.
Just what?
Yeah, just 4.
And then enter something?
Yeah, no, I'm supposed to just open that's my thumbprint. I can open it for you.
Or you can type in 1972.
Yeah, you should be able to. Tell me
I'm
more. What's
going
going
to
on?
put in a little bit at a time. They want the safe combo, so you're safe as well.
I don't know that. That's at home somewhere.
You don't know what it is?
No.
Okay. Like I said, so 2 weeks ago, I let them run with a bunch of stuff that they were following up, phone numbers and stuff like that. Okay? They're telling me that they got some stuff that links you.
I want to know what it
You
is.
may be able to explain some of the stuff.
I'm
don't know.
going to have to.
Okay? For sure, without a doubt, they have determined that Robert Baker was involved with pocket murder.
That cannot be. That cannot be possible. Oh my God.
There's no doubt about that, okay? That was pointed at you right there, okay?
How?
So this is what they have. They have a search warrant for your house, your computer, your safe, your cell phone.
Okay.
They've already gone to your house in one other location already.
Okay.
Okay? They're going to end up talking to both your daughters as well.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh my God, I'm going to call them.
They're in good hands. They're in good hands, okay? I know the detectives are out there. Where is your computer?
Upstairs.
Okay. Is it hidden? Is it a laptop? Is it
No, it's a PC. Upstairs in the office.
in the office? Okay. Do you have a password to get into your computer?
Monica 72.
Monica 72.
Yeah. Now wait a minute. Before I misinterpret what you're telling me, or they misinterpret what I'm telling them, I want to know what's going on.
They're gonna talk to you, and if you decide that you want to do that, then that's up to you. But let me tell you this.
Robert Baker.
They have not. Oh yeah. That's the guy you're in the car with.
Yeah, this Cadiz is such a good friend.
What they got is a probable cause to arrest you. I mean, they have enough probable cause to arrest you for this crime.
No, this is incredible. This is a mistake.
Well, I'll tell you what. They've shown me a lot of this information, Monica. I tried to be an advocate for you.
Yeah.
I didn't want to believe that you're involved in this.
This is ridiculous.
They showed you. What's your
I
name?
don't know. Cynthia.
Okay. You go kick off the
I don't know.
Oh, all right. Anyway, the stuff they showed me, and I'm actually absolutely shocked with some of the stuff they showed me.
What could it be?
They're messaging, some type of messaging apps. They're supposedly encrypted, but they're able to get in them. I don't know. That's the stuff that really.
That's not.
The stuff that I'm reading. Okay. So anyway, like I said, they're going to come down and talk to you. They're out of one of the scenes right now. I don't want to leave you here schooling for very long. Okay, I want to let you know what's going on. The detectives are out there right now, so I'm going to call Detective Tellis and Gable.
Okay.
And they're on their way here, and they should be here within 15-20 minutes. Okay?
I don't have any apps like that. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. I'm just telling you what they're telling me and what they've shown me so far. Okay? All right?
This is impossible.
Okay. Well, I don't know how things are going to work out. Talk to these guys. I know these guys.
Please, can I someone bring me some water?
Need some water. Okay, we'll do.
Or a blanket or something?
Okay.
I knew it was something. Someone hacked into my phone or email or something.
Who's that guy?
Robert Baker's a good friend of ours. This can't be. This can't be. He's such a good friend of ours. There's no way.
Wow.
Oh my
He said you
God.
were with him?
Yes, he's here too. They pulled us over.
Oh, when you were going to the store.
Yes. We were together. He's in here too. We're like, what the fuck is going on? They wouldn't even let us talk. It can't
That's
be.
crazy.
It can't be him. He said, without a doubt, it can't be. It can't be him. Oh my God. Oh my God, my kids. Oh my God.
Oh my. Oh wow. So you know that officer, detective, or whatever.
Yes, I've been working with him for 5 months. And that's why I'm not arrested yet, because something doesn't make sense here.
He just said a whole lot of stuff, but if you... I mean, I don't know you, I don't know that guy, whoever he was, or what's he talking about, but... That's a whole lot of places where they're, what are they looking for? Wow. Is he your friend? Does he not like your husband? Or they,
No, oh my gosh. You know, he's our lead director, our racquetball lead at the gym. And he became a really good friend, especially after this. Really helped out me and the girls.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a nice guy, never nothing. No, it's impossible. Can't be.
So he's a friend both to you and to your husband?
Yeah, well, more to me, but
What
that's
is
my husband, Fabio.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, he's met him a few times, but you know, not like friends like me and all my gym friends. We're closer than he doesn't really know them that well. But they've been over the house, and it's not. It can't be. He said without a doubt.
He did.
It is DNA.
He did say that. He did say that. Maybe they just said that because you were with him today. You know, is that? Could that be?
We're just a lot of things together. Why did you wait 5 months if you know it was him? It can't be him. It can't be.
Yeah, they've got to have something though to be able to go into your house and look around and go into your safe and stuff.
I've had them through that house so many times, voluntarily giving them everything.
You let them in the safe before too?
Yeah. But my husband used that safe. I didn't. He used to put his gun in there. But I don't have the code. I don't know how to. I think it's on a paper somewhere at home.
Can you think of anything though? Like they would, I mean, what could they, if he's just somebody you see at the gym, I mean, you know.
No, but we go for sushi, we go karaoke, not just us alone, but a whole bunch of people. We're always together, especially now that, you know, I'm home alone, I'm always with my friends.
Sushi, boy, that sounds good right about now. He's a friend, I mean, why would he? And even if he is the guy, they're talking about, you know, they're positive, what does that have to do with you, though? Do you email that guy and stuff all the time?
Oh, yeah. All the time.
Could they maybe misunderstand something you said?
That's all I can think about right now. So I want to see what they're talking about. I've had so many problems with my phone too, and my home phone line. I'm always thinking, is someone hacking into my stuff?
Oh, you think that's it?
I don't know. It's like apps and stuff. I don't have encrypted apps. I don't even know what that is.
That's weird. Did you ever talk to him about your husband? I mean, he knows your husband.
Yeah. Nothing really in depth, no.
Anything like they could say, oh, I don't know, that's your friend, that's your friend. I mean, everybody has friends.
It's just not, that's not right, something's not right.
I mean, do you ever think Robert could do something like that?
No, this is impossible. But since this happened, everything is impossible. I didn't think that would happen to my husband either. We were just saying the other day, everyone is a suspect, everyone, because we don't know yet. You know, we don't know. I should not be in here. I need to find out what's going on. My poor children.
No, it's really, you gotta be strong for them though. Especially your daughter who saw her dad. You know, there's certain things that you see that you just can't get it out of your mind, you know. And a daughter shouldn't have to see her father like that. So you're shocked that they said that guy, your friend. Is that guy married or does he have a girlfriend? Or? For certain, those kind of words are, you know, he didn't say maybe. Well, that's the only thing, at least for 48 hours, that is without a doubt is, it's almost like it's better than like a person saying I saw it, like that DNA stuff is better than, you know what I mean?
That's what we've been waiting for and asking for. Because nothing came back, nothing came back, nothing came back.
Yeah, that's like almost better than someone saying, oh yeah, I was there, I saw him shoot him, or I saw him stab him, or I saw him hit him with a bat or something, you know? Well, if you didn't do it, you're going to be out of here. Unlike me, I did it, so I know I'm going to be here.
Like, how long did they hold me? I don't understand.
I did it, so I know I'm going to be here. Till he comes to get me out. But if you didn't do it, you weren't involved. You don't have anything to worry about. It's just a matter of time of them figuring it out, I guess. Right? Don't you think?
I do. I mean, it's just... I've been waiting so long. No, Ollie?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch and recess.
I do. I mean, it's just... I've been waiting so long. Down, Ollie?
Crazy.
Monica,
Yes.
they're going to be here about 35 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
1972 didn't work.
Sure, give me my thumbprint.
Well, what's the code?
I think it's 1972.
1972. You want to punch it?
Let's do it, and then I'll check.
Here, I'll hold it. You punch it. Well, how about you know the code?
Yeah, it's 1972, but if it doesn't work, I can go in and find out what it is. The password is required to enter, that's why. Okay, try 19, 27? Those are usually the numbers I use. Yeah, I don't know. No.
1972, 1927.
1967? Could be, but I don't think so, no. How come it's locked like that? I didn't look out my phone when we go.
Yeah, I think you know people. Yeah, it has to be something like overwhelming, you know, or like just not coincidence. He said he tried to speak up for you, and once he saw that, there was nothing he could say. Yeah, I don't know what it's like. Maybe it's like I believe. You think? Like, because of like A plus B equals C. So like because of these two things, it has to be this.
God, my poor kids are probably saying,
Has that guy been acting strange?
no.
Like you
Not
think
at
maybe,
all.
like he did it, so now he's trying to butter up to you or something? Have you spent more time with him though
Yeah.
since your husband was killed?
Well, just recently. Because I went back to the gym. I hadn't gone in so many months. I went back and started playing again.
Dinner?
Yeah.
Really?
I never got any blankets. Can I have some? Sure. 1 second. I'm gonna finish serving.
Dinner. Wow. Like maybe he's, I don't know.
It's impossible. Like he even did something to my phone.
I don't know. He said it was like it was overwhelmed. What did he say? Without a doubt.
For him, he said it's without a doubt. Without a doubt, he is, has something to do with this.
Well, he didn't say without a doubt for you.
No.
He said without a doubt for him.
I know. It's...
You think he just didn't tell you? I mean, you're here, so they gotta have, you know, something that's without a doubt for you to be here. And they're gonna take your kids away, or what? Your baby. Why do you think he would have done this?
That's what I'm trying to put in my mind right now. Oh my God. It's not for money. It's not for gain.
This guy has money?
I don't know. Assuming he has his own money, I have no idea.
Why do you say not for money?
Wow, what would he get out of gain out of killing my husband? What would we get to gain? Just, I understand they stole a Porsche. They stole maybe $10,000 out of the house. And
That's a lot of money.
to kill somebody over. Oh my God.
Depends on how poor you are, you know. I mean, Ghetto people, they'll kill for $10,000. I saw it on 48 Hours in, what city was that? St. Louis? They had somebody kill somebody for $2,500. And he didn't even get all the money. They gave him like $500 with a promise that after he killed him, they'd give him $2,000. And instead he went to jail. And the person that paid to have him, they went to jail too. It's like, okay, how do you send somebody to jail and they didn't kill him or shoot him or stab him or, beat him or whatever? Did they find your car or your husband's Porsche?
Yeah, they found it. And tested it and everything, and then they gave it back to us and we sold it because they didn't want it. We got rid of it.
Oh, you did? I was going to say, is that why they said it was stolen?
No, this is my car. It's my car.
Maybe if you can figure out why he would want to do that to your husband, it'll make more sense, That's.
I can't figure it out. I've never had any kind of inkling or sense or feeling that he wanted something or didn't like something or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Was your husband treat you bad? So maybe he was defending your honor or something, you think?
No, my husband was the love of my life. He was such a good person. Such a good person.
Did Robert go to the funeral for your husband?
Yeah, well, they all came to the house to pay the respects right after, the day after.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody did. But the funeral wasn't, I can't, brought him home.
What gym do you go to? 24 Hour or LA Fitness?
Fitness.
I didn't know they had a ball at LA Fitness. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that guy just works at the gym. $10,000 is a lot of money. They get paid, minimum wage or something?
No, I think he has his own businesses and stuff. He does it for a hobby.
Oh.
He's the league thing for a hobby.
He does what?
The league. The racquetball league.
Oh, okay. I had that. He said he worked there. So yeah, $10,000 too. Because those people at the gym, they don't make a lot of money. I think a lot of them try to meet people at the gym and then, get personal training stuff outside of the gym. That's probably how they make their real money. But you said he owns other businesses.
I think he does managing or something. I don't know.
I don't know, if you didn't think that he was the last person they would say. It's amazing how you really think you know people, You think maybe he tried to put you involved in it?
I'm going to find out. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. It's just unbelievable. It can't even be real.
know, they probably have a lot more pieces of the puzzle. Hmm?
That's what I want to find out.
I mean, was it like maybe that your husband caught them breaking in or something, or you think?
They didn't tell me that. They were to tell. We don't think so.
What?
I think it was from behind, just the way he was found. We didn't think he even knew. He was still smoking a cigar. I know my husband. I know him. If he was trying to protect himself or us, he would have fucking killed and fought them tooth and nail.
They stabbed him a lot of times.
I don't know how many. There was quite a few. Someone must really hate me or something to do this. They have something. What do they have? An app, they said? They found something on apps? Text messages?
You think that guy likes you and wants something else with you and you don't know it, maybe?
I don't think so. Never felt that. I don't think so. That's not. Why did he do that? That's not. Doesn't make sense.
So you never even had any idea that it might have been this guy? I mean, obviously not if you're driving around in a car with him. I mean,
None of nobody in our circles. I would have never. No, nobody.
do you only deal with him like in the group with the rest of your friends, or do you guys have like?
And sometimes we have lessons together one-on-one, but usually we're all at the gym or with my kids. He knows my kids too.
Mm-hmm. Where are you going today? You had a lesson today?
No, today we were going to. Oh, he had my car had to go be fixed, and the mechanics I went to were charging a lot, so we said, "I'll take it to my guy." So we just started driving. Hello?
Oh, not the store. You were just going to.
Yeah, but I have to go do this.
At the store.
Yes! Oh my gosh! Yes! Please tell me what's going on.
Okay, I'll tell you what's going on. You remember when we met that day?
Yeah.
At your house? Okay. So, I'll give you briefly what's
Are you
going on
allowed
right
to
now.
talk here?
I'm just going to tell you a couple things. I'm still waiting for my partner to come down, the other person that you met, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm here. And so I just wanted to give you an idea, because I'm sure you have 1,000 questions.
Yes.
Okay. There was a lot of blood that was at the scene that day.
Yes.
And you know there was a lot of swabs taken.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, I know that you were concerned about all the swabs, and I understand that. I talked to Detective Parshaw quite a bit about it. That a lot of that blood did, in fact, come back to Rob Baker.
Oh my God, I can't believe
And
that.
we've known that for a really long time. So, I just want to let you know that since then, since way back when, we've had you under surveillance for
Sure, I would
a long
imagine.
time. We've had you under surveillance when you and Rob go to nightclubs.
Yeah.
We've had you under surveillance when you do flyaway trips, drive-away trips.
Yeah.
And we've always had surveillance photographing you and documenting everything.
Okay.
So we understand completely about the relationship that you and Rob have.
Okay, but how did it always
No,
happen?
listen.
That can't even be possible. His blood is there?
I'm telling you what I am telling you right now, okay? So we know all of that. We know that you and Rob have been romantically involved for some time now. And we know that his blood is all over the scene. And we've known that for a long time. We've been watching it for a long time. We've been doing a lot of work and a lot of other things. I'm waiting for my partner to get down. As soon as he comes down, we'll explain more things to you. I just wanted to let you know. I just want to let you know that we're here, okay? Everything we did it directly implicates person that's involved in this, and that person's not here. That person wasn't arrested, and there's a reason for that.
Why?
Okay? Well, think about that. I'll be
Why?
back.
Who's this third person? Oh my God, there's all this blood in there. This can't be. Oh my God. This cannot be. Oh.
So I guess he is your boyfriend, huh?
We do things together, but I don't want a boyfriend.
Huh?
I don't want a boyfriend or a husband. We just do things together, also with other people.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm just talking to you. I mean,
His blood was there. How else could his blood be there? How else could his blood be
he's for the third person.
there? Oh my God. What is that?
Well, that sounds to me, so that the third person isn't arrested, just you two, so third person probably talked first and they got the deal. Wow, he said flyaway trips. Like, you
Yeah,
guys
we've been to Vegas. But we went with 4 other people, not just us two. They're all yeah, I just like them.
Again, I don't know you, and I definitely don't know that other guy, but that's not how he just made it sound.
That's why they're
He made it sound like you and him are an item,
They
like
did.
that's your side, you know.
You did make it sound that way.
Yeah,
Like, I want to see this evidence. I want to see it all.
that's how it sounded to me. I mean, again, I'm not that smart, but that's how it sounded to me. Even, he said they've been watching you, everything you do.
But I already knew that, and my kids too, and
How'd you
no one's
know?
been tapped. Because you know, when it's a murder investigation, everyone, the spouse is the first one to be followed, so I had no problem with them hiding anything. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing.
It is if he kills your husband. That makes for movies all the time. You've probably seen a couple of them, huh? Maybe he was just your friend and it kind of developed after this. He was trying to console you.
Yeah, but how can his blood be there? That means he did it.
Oh, it sounds to me like he did it. It sounds, yeah, that part's pretty clear. What do you say without a doubt? Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the question. I think the question is your involvement with how they tying you to it. That's kind of scary though. You're talking about a third person.
Well, there's 2 people in this video.
Hmm?
2 people were on video.
But that guy just said the third person is not arrested. There's a reason for that.
He said he's not arrested?
That's what he said.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. I'd be worried about what that third person had to say.
Huh?
I want to talk to them and figure this out. What the hell's going on?
I don't know. It's been a long time. It sounds like they may have gotten a lot more puzzle pieces and figured it out. Whatever it is. How many trips you guys been on?
2.
Like you guys had like your own room together?
No, we had just suites with like 4 or 5 people. 6 people sometimes.
Mm-mm. You're not thinking about what whoever that third person is, or better yet, what they said, huh? I don't know. Don't you watch those shows?
I used to, and they told me don't watch those shows anymore because they're not real.
Oh. Okay, well, if they told you they're not real, then you don't have to worry about it, I guess. But on those shows, they say the DNA is DNA is blood, right?
Anything biological, yeah.
I don't know, on those shows I've seen them where they'll have 2 or 3 people that are just as wrapped up in it, and whoever the first one is that runs to them and says, hey, me, I'll tell you. You know, everybody else gets 30 years or something crazy like that, and that person gets like 2. But if those shows aren't real, you know, that's what I've seen happen. That's a long time. I couldn't do 30 days in this joint. I can't imagine doing 30 years. Wow. And to think all this time you've been wondering who killed your husband, and you've been spending time with the person who's responsible. That's just low down dirty. I don't know how you're just not crying and sobbing about it.
I've been crying for 5 months.
What do you mean you're an idiot?
If it's him, then I'm an idiot.
Well, you think it's still a question of if it's him? Maybe you're gullible, but I don't think you should be. At this point, you should be thinking about yourself. I'm sorry, don't. Your kids and yourself, not whoever that guy is. Screw him. I mean, yeah, forget him. He did this. Make him responsible for it. Shoot. That's what they're saying. It's his blood that's there. He did it. That's your husband, 20 years. And your daughter found him? You and your daughter, that's what I'm saying. If he brought all this heartache and stuff to your life, screw him. Because I bet you he's not going to think twice about screwing you over. You're not trying to protect him, are you? You have your kids to think about.
At this point, I want
You want what?
tears eyes out. This is true. This can't be real.
It's true. Think it's safe to say it's true. I mean, how else would you explain what they could do, DNA stuff they call it, or the blood, he kept saying. How do you explain that if it's not true? Your husband provided your lifestyle, right? I know mine did. This guy took all that from you, you know? I don't know, you seem to be a nice lady. I'd be pissed as hell at him. I would be pissed as hell. And then you riding around and going places and hanging out with him, and he's the one that took your husband's life? It makes me nauseous. How dare you? Wow. I don't know, you think you know people. Like I said, I'm pretty confident my husband's gonna get me out of here. I believe that. I mean, this isn't who we are. But you don't know that guy.
No, that's not.
I don't know. Is it always his idea for you guys to hang out?
No, mine too. Talk to him about that.
Huh?
Talk to him about that.
What do you guys talk about?
Everything.
Well, not everything, if he didn't tell you that he killed your husband. If he didn't tell you that, you're not talking to him about everything. He must be hot. Is he hot? Is he sexy?
Not really your average sexy person, no.
I don't know. We as women, we get gullible for, good-looking guys. Huh?
I thought he was genuine. I thought he really cared.
He kept saying Schwab, what does that mean?
DNA swabs that they took. So if they got it back a long time ago, and you knew that I was hanging out with him here and there, why would they stop me from doing that?
Because obviously they believe that you were part of it. That's probably why you're here. Don't you think?
Well, that's why I want to know. Like I said, who did what to make me be here?
You trust that guy?
I did.
They ever ask you about him before?
They asked us for a list of all their family and friends, so we gave them a list. So you were on it.
Mm-hmm.
All of ours were on.
But they never asked, because he said, like, relationship or something, right? What did he say?
Yes, over there.
Huh?
Something relationship.
Have they asked you, like, were you guys, like, is that your lover or
They
something?
haven't asked me anything yet. No one's talking to me. I'm trying.
Well, you say you've been seeing them and talking to them all the time. That's what I'm saying. When they.
Oh no, they never asked me.
Oh, okay. Well, if you guys are lovers, it would probably be best to tell them the truth about that.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with going out or spending time with someone after my husband passed.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't.
I agree. No, you're right.
I'm not sure what.
But he's not just someone. He's the one that killed your husband.
Yeah, they just told me that.
Yeah.
While I'm stuck in here.
Yeah. I mean, even you could say that part looks.
Process this. I can't.
I don't know. If you were just from the outside looking in, and I guess if they've been following you or whatever they call it, surveillance. How do you say it? So yeah, they've been surveying you. Then they see you spending time with him. What you have planned for the day? There's a club too. What do you have? What kind of clubs you go to? I heard you say something about club.
Usually, there's like pool places or like karaoke. A couple places downtown. I don't know what their names are.
Just all along he knew that he did this, and still, he, you know, in your face, hee-hee and caca and, you know, hanging out. And okay though. You're relaxed. If you're going to sleep, you're relaxed.
Flying since Thursday.
Huh?
I've been flying since Thursday morning. New York, Toronto, up to LA. I can't even see.
You came home yesterday? You didn't sleep last night?
I got up so early this morning too.
Maybe if you... I don't know why I thought you said that you guys were going to the store.
Yeah, with running errands for just kind of going to go buy wine and some food for tonight.
What's tonight?
We just made dinner.
Oh, okay. Oh, you just hate that guy now. Huh? I don't know, in that case, it was maybe he got something financially out of it. But you never really know how hard up people are. Oh boy, I wish I had a do-over. I would sure have done some things differently today. Because I think about it, though, you probably would have too. Instead of going to the store or going to get your car repaired or whatever, you probably would have just done something different too, huh? Hmm? He could have at least told you, you know? I don't know. I think that's me thinking that people will do the right thing. It's not always the case, huh? That would be nice. Not the case, but that would be nice.
I might as well make myself comfortable. No, I'm staying here.
You seem like you relaxed and rested, though.
I want to go to sleep, but I have to say, as soon as I close my eyes, I gotta come call me. I need to talk to them.
Hmm?
I need to talk to them. I want to know what the hell's going on. Yes.
Hey, sorry,
Thank God.
we were having a chat with Rob.
Okay.
And I need your passcodes, your phones.
Yeah, this I don't know because I just found. That's why I was bringing it to the store to see if they could tell me what this is.
Or this was in your parcel.
Yes, I found it in my garage.
Oh, you found it in your garage?
Yeah.
When did you find it in your garage?
Just before I went to New York and Toronto, and then when I came back, so I'm going to go to the store and see if it's an old one that they could plug it in or find something out.
Oh, okay. Well, then obviously
This one I tried getting both my clothes, it doesn't work, and my thumbprint doesn't work either now. Can I?
Yeah, which finger do you usually use?
This one.
Yeah.
This one. There.
Is it open? It's not open.
It's not open? Oh, it's not open. I don't know. I did told him so. Because I always use my thumb, so I don't really know. But
Which?
1972. He tried 1967.
No, you didn't do 1967. What?
What?
Today's day and age, everybody lives on this stuff. It's
But
hilarious.
I use my thumb.
Okay, hold on. Let me put your hand up like that, and then we're gonna figure it out.
I have my thumb in here.
What's your name?
trying to think of all the different numbers I'm using. Can we keep
Well,
trying?
how do you normally get in the phone every day?
The phone. But if you guys kept pressing different numbers without knowing it, then it got locked.
The only first numbers we touch is when Detective Parcell was trying to.
Well, they must have tried more than however many times before this locks. And that's the problem.
You're saying we're going to get into it either way, but we don't want to have to ruin your phone.
No.
I do phone stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's different ways, and I don't want to have to destroy your phone.
No, I don't
You know
want
what I
that
mean?
either.
And plus, if you get released, that way we can get
Can
it back
we
to
do
you.
this? 19, 72, I tried. Then you flip them, 1927, 1967.
Try 1967, we never tried that one.
1967.
1967.
7339. Sometimes is our passcode for a lot of us.
What do you have, one more, sir? So then, that's it.
Are we gonna, you guys gonna talk to me now, or?
Well, I'll have to do like a bunch of work on this because you don't know password and your finger doesn't work, so, or your thumb or whatever it is. So, you know, there might be damage caused to it as a result. I mean, I technically got to get in there like computer and stuff.
Yes.
I don't want to do that, but you know, the search warrant allows us to. So it'd be easier for you just to do the passcode.
Yeah, I'm trying, honestly. I don't want you to ruin my phone.
Exactly, and plus that way I can just, it'd be a better chance I can just release it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Versus them holding it for a long period of time and stuff.
Trying, otherwise, like I say, you have to break it, you have to break it.
Rob said he had a flip phone in one of his that you had.
What?
Rob said that he had a flip phone that you had of his.
I didn't have any of these flip phones.
Okay,
I don't know what he's talking about.
We're going to get into this phone.
Okay.
They'll be able to get into it another way,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Yes.
We just finished talking to Rob for quite a while. And the relationship that he told us about, we know a lot more than this relationship is dated back a year. And we have a lot of information. We pulled all of your photos from your iCloud. And there's clearly from the photographs, there's a lot of them that I'm sure you're going to want people to see where you're unfolded yourself, and they're on Rob's phone. And these date back to August of last
But
year.
how does that have to do with his DNA being
That doesn't have anything to do with the DNA. It has to do with you telling the truth. All I'm telling you is this is the time for you to think about telling the truth. You're not telling us the truth about the relationship.
Well,
that we
that's
know
just
about.
because the family and thing that I come from is not something I can
But
talk
we're the
about.
police, we're not your family.
Well, that's why I thought we were going to go talk
Okay,
about
well,
this.
we are. As soon as we get this fixed up from our last interview, we're going to talk to you. But I just want to let you know that you're not here because of the state. You're not here because we're on a witch hunt. You're here because we have a lot of evidence that shows us that you were involved in this crime. And that's what we want. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and we want to answer those questions. We have questions for you. But I'm just letting you know that, we know. You know the photographs I'm talking about. We just talked to Rob, and they're on his phone. So it's clear that what's been going on for a long time. So I just want to let you know that this will be your opportunity to. It's not about if you did it. It's just we want to understand why.
I did not do
That's
anything of
okay.
this sort.
I'm not asking any questions. I just want to let you.
Okay, but
I just
also, I don't want to
think about
misinterpret what you're saying to me, and I don't want you misinterpreting what I'm saying. So,
Okay. Well, then when we come back and talk to you, then we can talk about all that stuff.
yeah,
we
come
won't-
out
yeah,
to
we
me
won't-
lawyer, because I
Well,
don't,
give me a
this
minute,
is
'cause I
not.
gotta go through this phone so real quick.
Yeah.
That's
Please
fine.
him, and then you can come back and talk.
In the meantime, just please think about telling the truth because this is your time.
I am telling you. I need you to tell me the truth.
Believe me, I will. I promise you will be
All right.
straight with you, okay?
Okay.
All right.
What's he talking about? The photos.
He probably has some nice sexy pictures of me. He said, when I said he gave you a flip phone, Rob never gave me a flip phone. I don't have his phones. I never did.
Wow. Also, he's saying you sent him like sexy photos, like.
Yeah. But that has nothing to do with what I think it's to do with.
Huh?
I said I don't think that's relevant to what happened to my husband.
They talked to him though?
They just talked to him. They don't want to see him. They say, I'm sure it's all lies, but I'm sure he lied to you. But now I'm going to figure this out and get some help. Get my family involved.
Wow. Yeah, you can't trust. I mean, I don't know. He put you in this situation, you know? You jeopardize. So he's saying that since you lied about him being your lover or whatever.
Well, whatever they're, that makes it so much worse, right?
Oh no, it just been maybe. I mean, that just happened. I don't think, maybe you, huh? Like you weren't seeing him before your husband was killed.
Not like that.
I mean, you weren't sending him pictures, sexy pictures, before your husband was killed, right?
No, I think, they weren't those, I was clothed, those kind of pictures.
Oh, but you guys were seeing each other though.
Well, no, we didn't do anything. They never cheated on my husband.
I mean, cheating on your husband is one thing, but murdering your husband, that's a whole different party. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Did you play golf or any other sports other than racquetball? Huh?
Just work out and racquetball.
You do machines or free weights? Can the ball hit the ceiling in racquetball?
Just not on the serve.
Not what?
Not on the serve.
Wow. So everything is fair game then in that sport, huh? The really good people, they can play like without moving, huh?
Yeah, that's not me. They run like crazy.
Huh?
I wish I could just play like that, like the pros.
I didn't realize though LA Fitness had that racquetball. I thought,
Not all of them.
oh, is it like the 24-hour sport? So are they called something different like the sports ones are for 24?
So,
Which one do you go to?
one in River Hills.
Mm.
There's also one in Van Nuys and Edgeworth.
Do you have to reserve them? If you want them? When you want them? You do?
Well, it's busy.
Like after work, it's always busy? The kids work out too?
Well, that little one used to come with me a lot.
Does your husband play too? So what does the league, what does that consist of?
It's like you compete against until you guys for like 12 games, right? And whoever gets the most points wins. So there's a DV, a CV, the BA, and I was the D's.
Is the D the novice or?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And you're a novice and you've been playing for how long?
A year.
Oh, wow.
You can't move up in leagues unless you win. You just can't win.
And how often do you play in the tournaments?
It's once a week. The tournaments are 15 or 16 weeks long.
Oh, wow. That's a long time. And do you pay extra to be in the league, or
Yeah, it's like $40.
do you win money afterwards? If you win?
Just move up. You never move up a league. Win a trophy.
That's messed up though, they're gonna tear up your phone. Huh?
I thought that was my code.
Ouch. Where you are in Woodland Hills, are you north or like south of the Ventura? That's where it's kind of hilly, huh?
Yeah, I live on the Oak Hill in Queens Corner.
Do you believe that guy when he said without a doubt? I know you said that you think they're lying. Huh?
I don't believe it, because I don't want to believe it.
Oh. You know, it's amazing, like, what takes them so long to do stuff? Like, they keep coming, I'll be back. And if they had videos from, you have video at your house, you have one of those camera systems, whatever, at your house. Guess you can't really go anywhere without being caught on somebody's camera or something, huh? Huh?
Mama's not supposed to look out that way, but mine, they're all covered head to toe.
They had on some kind of little painter suit or something, or wetsuit, or what they call them. When you say covered head to toe, they had on something like that. When you go to Vegas, where do you like to stay? I haven't stayed there. There or like any in that little area, Cosmopolitan, that's right there in that little area. I haven't stayed at any of those. I like the Palazzo. I like the other end. Encore, Palazzo on that end. And the Venetian. Down on that side. Do you gamble? What do you play?
I mean, come on, Monica, how convenient is it for you to come up with the exact same story that your boyfriend told us about the tower?
And remember,
He
this.
told you that?
Yes, he
You
did.
remembered?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But also, Monica, remember, this is the same. Person that, remember, after you told Detective Estrella, they asked you ad nausea, had possibly anyone possibly been in this house that had bled, and you adamantly said no. Is there any person? He asked you if anyone could have possibly been in your
He
house.
said that anybody come here and get cut.
Mm-hmm.
And was trying to remember there's so many people in the kitchen. That's what he was asking.
And your answer was no.
No.
And you're cleaning it. You had just finished cleaning the entire kitchen. And that's
What happened?
They haven't really telling me much, and things that they're saying are just about things I already know about me and Rob. And then he said that Rob was saying all this stuff, admitting to all this stuff, and I don't believe it. I really didn't want the family to know about that, but I can't hide it now. I mean, it is what it is.
Oh, you didn't want them to know that that was like your lover, or?
No, he was not just my lover. He was my confidant. He was everything. My husband traveled all the time. He was never home. Ever. Never. I raised this kid by myself, but I love my husband, and he was one of the greatest men that ever existed. Full of integrity and character. He just was never home.
Wow. That's his responsibility too, though, you know. He should be there to take care of his family. He traveled and he let this guy come in and be, you know, your everything. That's different.
But this is not.
So now you don't even think that, you don't believe he killed him?
I don't know. Of course, now I think that could be the case, but I'm not going to take a rap for anybody. I'm not doing that.
Wow. Well, if he was your everything, or is your everything, and your confidant, your lover, I mean, more than just, you know, having sex, you can get that anywhere, but if he was somebody who stood for you and who believed in you, I mean, you gotta be freaking cold-hearted to kill somebody and then to spend intimate time with you all this time. You know what I mean? That's a long time to not say anything. What kind of person could you be to, you know, hold something like that?
There's two people. Two big men that did this, and they won't tell me where the third one is. They just said he's not here. He hasn't been arrested.
Can you guess why?
I was thinking that he's not here because he was a rat. Shit, he's a snitch.
Still, if you're killing someone, you committed a murder, even if you're a snitch, you're still going to be arrested for some time. You can't just be let go scot-free.
I don't know. Depends on what you said you did. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I thought you said that you guys was only like a couple of months. I didn't realize till just now that he was like before all this happened. Huh? But I guess you're right. It's one thing for people to tell them, but that man said, like DNA. They can't, that's not told. That's something that's there, right? Huh? What was he talking about? A towel? Your boyfriend's towel or something? What did he say? Oh, snap. Okay. Oh.
And then he's saying, oh, it's funny how you have the same story as him. I'm like, really? Because he probably wouldn't even remember that. He didn't remember probably that he had.
Oh. That was like the same day? Get out.
That was in the morning. I was with my daughter. We both went together.
Transcription of the
Well, so what we just listened to before lunch and now then was that you called earlier a Perkins operation, the recording of the defendant in her cell with the undercover agent, as well as some conversations that you and your partner had with her at her cell door.
Yes.
Okay. And you recognized your voices on there as well as hers?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to go over a few things that we heard. At the beginning, someone comes to the door. Do you know who it was that was asking about the cell phone passcode?
That was Detective Parcel's voice.
Okay. And now, there's two phones involved with this defendant that were taken from her purse at her arrest, right? A regular phone, iPhone, and a flip phone?
Yes.
Do you know which phone we're talking about now? And when we start this conversation, at the beginning of the transcript or the audio, when you first hear the approach to her, and she's asked for her cell phone passcode.
Yes, I do. It's the smartphone.
Okay, so that was actually the iPhone?
The iPhone, yes.
Okay. And at that time, she gave you 1972, 1927, and tried to appear to put her thumb there, and it wouldn't open. Is that right?
Well, at that time, that was happening, but it was happening with Detective Parcel, yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, that was the code that was 1960.
Just name.
Were you present for any of that?
I was watching on video.
Okay. And then at some point, you determined that the code was 1962.
After the comb was forensically opened, yes, that was the code, 1962.
And as you testified before lunch, that's the birth year of Robert Baker.
Correct.
All right. So later, there's another phone that later on in the audio that somebody is asking her about. Do you know who that is?
Yes. I was talking to her. I brought the phone down again to try the things, the passcodes, and then we talked about the flip phone. And I was with a detective from robbery homicide that was helping me. He has the Cellbrite. I'm trying to think of his name. I'll think of it, but assigned to robbery homicide. He was with me.
Okay. And so that was the flip phone, the second phone that had been recovered from her purse in the car.
That phone, yeah, that was the other phone.
And on that one, just to be clear, is it the same passcodes that she gives you then for the second phone, the 1972, 1967, 1927?
I believe I was asked, we were still visiting the iPhone. I don't think we ever asked for a passcode for the flip phone. I don't even know if it had a passcode.
Well, at one point in here, you're talking about a flip phone.
Yes.
So what was that? How did that context happen about the flip phone then?
I believe we were asking her where it came from, whose was it?
Okay. And she told you it was in her garage?
Yes, she found it in the garage.
Now, you also told her during that Robert Baker had given you a different story about the flip phone. Did you hear that?
I missed that.
Okay.
I did. I remember vaguely. I don't remember what he said at this time.
Do you want to look at the transcript?
Sure. Yeah, if we have the page.
Oh. 28, sorry, that's the wrong page. Oh, it's the very bottom, okay. All right, 49, last line at the bottom, going into the next page. So, page 49, the last line, going into the next page.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Rob said that that the flip phone that we had was he had given it to her.
Okay, now, without going into any detail, we do have other witnesses that will testify. Were you part of, subsequent to this arrest and this Perkins operation, were you involved in what we call overhears recordings when the defendant and Rob Baker were recorded in cells or holding areas next to each other?
Yes.
And do you remember a conversation that the defendant had with Robert Baker regarding the flip phone?
I remember one regarding a phone. I don't know if it was the flip phone. I don't know which. There was a lot of conversations. I don't know which one you're referring to.
Okay. Oh, I'm referring to the flip phone, but if you don't remember, do you remember a conversation about a phone and them discussing whose phone it was and where it was found? If you remember.
I don't remember that conversation.
Okay.
About phone.
I'll move on then. Now, somebody went to the door then early on and said, without a doubt, we know it's Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
Now, at the very beginning, that's the very beginning of the transcript. At that point, no one told her anything about DNA. Is that correct? The very first encounter.
That was Detective Parcell, and I don't believe he mentioned DNA at that point.
I'm going to object. Speculation.
Again, he said he overheard this. It's overruled.
And if you'd like to refresh would you like to refresh your recollection?
What Parcell said?
Correct, because you're watching it live.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's
just don't
page
recall.
13, line 16. Well, actually, I should say page 13, line 2.
I don't see him mentioning anything about DNA at that time.
Okay. And then you heard the defendant speculate after that when you said without a doubt it's, or Parshall said without a doubt it's Rob Baker's is involved, and she speculated after that maybe it's his DNA, correct?
I remember hearing that, yes.
Okay. Throughout this Perkins operation, did you hear inconsistent statements that the defendant made with evidence that you knew to differ in her version of what she was telling her cellmate?
Yes, I recall a couple. I recall when she was in the beginning denying that she was just referring to Rob as a friend, which we knew there was more. And then she said when she was dated him, she began after the murder, which we knew was not true. And regarding their dating, that's what I remember on that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That's what I remember regarding the dating.
Okay. Regarding the safe, when you interviewed the defendant at her home on May 18th, 2017,
yes.
Did you discuss the safe that she had in her closet that involved a passcode and how to get in the safe?
We didn't discuss how to get into the safe. We just discussed the safe and what was in it.
And what did she tell you about the safe?
She said that she never uses it, hardly ever uses it, because the combination is very difficult. So she puts her jewelry hidden in the closet as opposed to having to deal with the safe. And that she, the contents of the safe said she had a gun and she had a couple of gold coins. And she said that every time the safe opens, she gets a text alert to her phone.
Now, when you had that interview with her in May 18th of 2017, did you follow up on that conversation and confirm if there was a text alert to her that her safe had been opened?
Yes.
And what was the result of that?
Her phone received the open closet mirror alert from AT&T Digital Life on the day of the murder at, I think, 14:03 hours, 2:03 in the afternoon, about 4 minutes after the maid left the house.
Okay. During this operation, then, she stated that she doesn't have the code to the safe and she never uses it, and it's not something that she opens. Is that right?
I'm sorry? Assuming facts on evidence? It's overruled.
Let's take our
Recess now.
Okay. And just a few more questions about the audio that we just listened to. Also in the audio, the defendant talked about not having any encrypted apps, and that she doesn't even know what that is.
Yes, I remember.
So again, were you able through your investigation to determine, as we've heard you testify to, that she did in fact have encrypted apps?
Yes, that statement was false.
Okay, and that was...
This is argumentative. The testimony speaks for itself.
It's correct. Whether the testimony is false or not false is up to the jury.
Did the defendant have encrypted apps?
Yes.
All right. Now, during this operation, you also talked about one of the detectives talked about a third person, and they mentioned that to the defendant, that there was a third person. You alluded to maybe they were arrested. Was this true, or is this a ruse?
It was a ruse to stimulate conversation and to give the undercover operator something to talk about.
Now, at that point, though, from your investigation until 2019, when you were no longer on the case, was there a third person that was arrested?
No.
Okay, so that meaning when I say third person, the second subject that was seen running up the hill with Robert Baker. No arrests as of 2019 when you were still on the case.
Correct.
All right. Now, subsequent to this audio that we just heard, during the middle of it, the defendant, there's statements made where, to the effect of, well, his DNA's there. That means he did it. Did you hear her say that?
Yes.
Okay, and also when the cellmate asked her, he's the one who killed your husband, she said, well, we know now.
Yes.
Okay. So after this, were you involved with some overhears, again, what I had talked about before break, where the defendant and Robert Baker are recorded surreptitiously, meaning they don't know they're being recorded or they shouldn't know, and they're in the lockup areas. Did you listen to overhears, what we call overhears of those recordings?
Yes, I set them all up and I listened to all of them.
About how many hours did you listen to between the two defendants of all their times in the courtroom or the back of the court lockup area having communications?
I think we did it 6 times. I would guess 15, 20 hours, maybe more.
During any of those, did you hear them first talk about Viber?
Yes.
And what specifically, if you recall?
They were whispering, and Monica was communicating to Robert that she was scared if they found her Viber and that it would be over.
What about Payless video? Or Payless Shoes, I'm sorry, the video at Payless Shoes.
Correct. Again, it was Monica talking to Baker, informing him that there was no video at the Payless Shoe stores because it deleted in 30 days.
Now, prior to this, had you ever talked about trying to get a video at Payless Shoes with the defendant when you met with her on May 18th, 2017?
No.
Okay. And then, what about any conversations between them that you overheard regarding phones or tablets or anything of that nature, digital computers?
Yes, they were talking back and forth, whispering again, and Monica was inquiring if the device and computer was gone, and he said gone. She said gone, gone. He says gone. Words to that effect.
Okay. Now, during any of these multiple hours of overhears that you listened to, did you also hear, as you referred to, a lot of whispering?
Yes, it was. I would describe it as you had a lot of whispering, and then normal talk. Which, anyway, yes, normal volume talk with a lot of whispering in between.
Unlike the black and white patrol vehicle, though, could you pick up some of the whisperings or a majority of the whisperings in these cell locations?
The majority of it, yes.
Did you ever hear, in all these hours and all these multiple operations, the defendant ever say to Rob Baker anything of the nature of, oh my gosh, did you kill the father of my children?
Never.
All right. Along the same lines, were you involved or did you participate in the booking of evidence that was collected from what was referred to, the jury already heard the term kites?
Yes.
And just briefly, what is a kite?
A kite is a letter or correspondence that's folded up and it's sort of in the configuration of a kite, and they pass it from one inmate to another.
You're going to have 11 pages. If I may mark this as People's 182. The first page is evidence collected from bottom of 9th, 10th floor lockup. It's a photograph, color copy of a manila envelope.
So, Mark.
And on October 3rd, are you familiar with some evidence or contraband or kites that were recovered in this courthouse between the 9th and the 10th floor?
Yeah, I'm going to object on relevance grounds and no foundation regarding defendants.
Oh. Yes.
You aren't part of the collection of the evidence, correct?
No, well, I collected it from this courthouse and took it and booked it.
All right, so let me be more specific.
I'm going to object he did not collect it from the scene.
That was testified 2 years today. It's overruled.
Showing you 182. I mean, this photographs.
The screen's not on, but
There's a button right there you can push on.
I'm not okay. Nothing on the side. There's some on the side. A power button?
Yeah, try that.
Here we go. On me.
182. Is this an envelope evidence? An evidence envelope?
Yes, from the sheriff.
All right. And then the page 2. Are you familiar with this area?
I'm familiar with the photographs and the general area.
Okay, and then these are items that were recovered between the 9th and the 10th floor?
By the sheriff.
All right, and I'm just going to go through this quickly. Page 3, again, same evidence.
Yes.
And my question is, as I go through this,
There's no evidence that Ms. Sementilli ever received anything.
That was your first objection. It's overruled. Again.
okay, and page 4, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Page 5, do you recognize these pages here?
I
So,
do.
copy of 2 different pages, and can you explain what that is?
I'm sorry, a copy of 2 different pages?
Yes.
I don't know. Yes, I understand. Like what are the pages?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, okay. One appears to be just a puzzle. The one that says, "Help me find my way to the lake."
Okay.
And the other one is a coded message.
These particular items, we heard testimony on it. Did you then recover them from a Deputy Balderrama and a Sergeant Weston?
Yes.
And then did you book these items? Were they given to you as an investigating officer and you booked them into evidence under the DR number associated with this case?
Correct.
Okay. This one letter on the right-hand side is a bunch of numbers. You viewed that when it was collected?
Yes.
Do those numbers, do you recognize them as some type of coding?
Correct.
Can you just explain what coding is and if you have a background in understanding what coding is?
Yes, I actually learned during this case, I broke a couple of these codes on these letters. Basically, I don't know what it's called, the title of it, but the way this code works is they use a base word, up to 9 letters. For example, one of them was beautiful. And you take that base word, and each letter on the word beautiful, you number 1 through 9. So the top line is one of the letters from the word beautiful, 1 through 9. You'll notice the top line always goes 1 through 9, if they're using a 9-letter word. The number below it is the number that you add to that. So if it's a B4, for example, I'm sorry, a 1-4, 1 represents B for beautiful. So you go to B and then you count 4. C, D, E, F, and that's the letter F. And sometimes they'll do it a negative, and then you just subtract. And that's how. But you have to know the base word to solve the problem.
In your experience, and is it a way of communicating sometimes, obviously not always, with people in custody to other people, whether it be on the outside or the inside, so that someone can't read what they're writing?
Yes, it's common to have different types of cryptic messages. This is just one of them.
Now, when you say you broke the code, just to be clear, you don't have a certification in coding or anything of that nature, correct?
No.
Is it clear that you made an attempt to understand what they were saying, but again, you're not certified to testify as an expert in coding?
Correct. I was just trying to break it myself.
Okay. And then going through the rest of the pages, just for page 6, another item you booked into evidence just to complete the package. Same thing, another letter with coding on the right-hand side.
Yes.
And then a second evidence envelope containing, again, more evidence that was collected on that stairwell.
By the sheriff.
Okay. Page 9, more evidence.
Yes.
10, same thing that you saw.
Yes.
And 11.
Yes.
Okay, so you booked all of this in those 2 envelopes that you saw.
Yes.
Okay, I have no more questions.
You may cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. afternoon, Detective Gable.
Good afternoon, sir.
You came on this case at what time?
I'm sorry?
You took over this case what date?
Early March, I think it was 7th.
And what, March 7th?
2017, yes.
2017. And at the time you came on this case, you already knew that Robert Baker had been matched, his DNA had matched the blood found at the scene and in the car, correct?
Correct.
That match occurred on February 14, 2017, is that right?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. And at that time you had, you believe, sufficient probable cause to arrest Mr. Baker since his blood was all over the murder scene and in the court.
Correct.
Was it your decision not to arrest Mr. Baker at that time?
Yes, and I testified to that yesterday.
All right. Yours alone?
No.
Who were the other detectives on the case at that time?
My partner and I discussed it.
Who's your partner?
Barry Tellis, Detective Barry Tellis.
All right. Anyone else?
Yes. We ran it by our immediate supervisor, Lieutenant Ben Fernandez, and then we took it into the commanding officer, Billy Hayes, Captain Billy Hayes.
Now, Detective Parshall and Verna, were they on the case at that time?
We had already taken the case.
From them?
Yes. Well, we still asked them to work with us on it, but it was our responsibility at that point.
They were the original detectives who were assigned to it?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that the reason, well, let me ask you this, the reason you decided not to arrest Mr. Baker is that you believed at that time that he was having an affair with Monica Sementilli, is that right?
No, that's not the reason.
All right. You were trying to find out who the second murderer was, correct?
The entire time.
Okay. And was that part of your assignment in this case, to find out the second murderer?
Yes. Yes, of course.
All right. And why didn't you approach Miss Sementilli and ask her any questions about Mr. Baker once you learned that his DNA had been matched to the murder scene?
We felt that it was better to not inform them because we wanted them to behave in a natural manner as if the original investigation was still ongoing.
And when you say in a natural manner,
yes.
This was about 2 weeks after the murder of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
What was 2 weeks after the murder?
That you made that decision not to pursue
January 23rd, and we got it in March, so I'd say it's more like five weeks.
But the DNA match was on February 14th, 2017.
Oh, well, it wasn't our case at that time.
So
I wasn't aware.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So are you saying a decision was made between the time that you took over the case and February 17th, 2017, not to arrest Mr. Baker?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Someone had to have made a decision, correct, not to arrest Mr. Baker when his DNA was found all over the murder scene.
Correct. OVB Homicide, they independently made that decision. When we took over the case, we independently made that decision.
You independently reviewed that decision. It had already been made by someone else.
That had been, yeah. So we continued with that.
Okay. And again, the main reason you did that is because at that time, you were convinced that Monica Sementilli was having an affair with Robert Baker, correct?
Well, we knew she was having a secret affair with him, yes.
How did you know that?
Based on the surveillance that GND did on them before we got the case.
So between February 14th and March, when did you come on? March
7th.
7th?
Yeah.
They had already been surveilling the defendant and Robert Baker, correct?
Yeah.
And they knew they were surreptitiously seeing each other.
Correct.
Did they have any evidence that they had been seeing each other dating back to 2016 or even 2015?
Only telephone communications at that point.
Okay. And based on those communications, it was at least your suspicion that they were having some kind of clandestine affair.
Yes. Oh, and also I believe the OVB Homicide did the Facebook warrant, and on that, Baker was communicating with, I forget his name, in Vegas, and he said that he had a girlfriend for a year, approximately a year. So that, based on that, they assumed it was going on for about a year.
Okay. So why didn't you arrest Mr. Baker and Mrs. Sementilli at that time for the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Well, I wanted to surveil them and watch their behavior. At the same time, I was also gathering information on Robert and Monica, building a case to see if there is a case with Monica. I wanted to determine, is Monica involved or is she not involved? Because post-murder behavior can tell you a lot of things. And so we wanted to monitor their behavior, what they said, and what they didn't say, all the way through to the point where I left the case in 2019.
Well, okay, but the arrest took place in 2017 in June, correct?
June.
So by that time, you believed you had probable cause to arrest both Baker and Monica Sementilli.
Absolutely, yes.
So, for the time between March when you came on until June when the arrests were made, your focus was on trying to find evidence that Monica Sementilli was not just having an affair, but was involved in the murder of her husband Fabio, correct?
That and try to identify the unknown suspect.
And how did you do that?
How did I do what?
Try to find the unknown suspect.
Oh gosh, we so much work on that. Let's see.
Just summarize if you would.
Okay, well, one was through surveillance, both digital and physical.
Surveillance of who or what?
Monica and Robert, in hopes that they would stop maybe over and visit the third person. So.
But at the same time, you were looking for evidence of their affair, correct?
Yeah, both. We can do two things at once, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever think
my primary focus was they were both important focuses, but I was really trying to find the third person, and whatever else we got was good. But there was a strong effort to try and find the third person, which lasted for years.
I'm sorry. When did the name Christopher Austin come to your attention?
2 months ago.
2 months ago?
Yeah. In the news.
Right,
well, actually, someone told me about it, and then I looked it up on Google.
All right. So you had no role in his arrest?
None.
No role in a deal, shall we say, if in exchange for his testimony to obtain some leniency?
Not at all.
And during the time that you were on the case, you found no evidence connecting him to the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
No, that was the very good work of another detective.
Very good work of who?
Mitzi Roberts. She did a great job.
And
we missed what she found.
And in other words, she did a great job by coming to the conclusion that Austin was involved 7 years after the murder. Is that correct?
Yes, she did a very good job.
And at any time did you believe that by confronting Mr. Baker and arresting him because of his DNA that he could help you find the second murderer?
It didn't seem probable.
You didn't think he would give up the second murderer in exchange for some kind of leniency or deal?
It didn't seem probable.
Why?
No, right. Well, you can kind of read some people, and my partner's thought was, this guy's not going to give it up. And we thought that the most probable person that would be able to, or I would say, give it up, would be the third person.
Or Monica Sementilli?
Possibly, but it seemed unlikely.
So it seemed unlikely that if you had arrested Monica Sementilli at that time and Robert Baker, that neither one of them would give up Christopher Austin? Is that what you're saying?
In June? No, we arrested them in June. Both of them.
No, I understand, but I'm talking about in March when you came out.
No. I was working on the case. I was gathering information. I wanted to see if I could find information that would make me think, well, maybe she's not involved, maybe she is involved. And that involved collecting a lot of information, a lot of records, and working on the background and trying to figure that out.
But the truth is that your primary focus at that time, for the time that you were on the case until the arrest, was to come up with evidence that could establish that Monica Sementilli was in some way responsible for the murder of Fabio Sementilli, not just that she was having an affair with Robert Baker.
No, the affair was a minor factor. I mean, an affair all by itself, outside every aspect of this case, that's just an affair. And I think that's just a civil matter. It's a civil matter. That's resolved by divorce or reconciliation. So by itself, an affair, it means nothing.
Right.
But when you find out that the person who murdered the girlfriend's husband is the boyfriend, then that raises a red flag.
Well, that when I said affair, I was referring to an affair with Robert Baker. Obviously, if she had an affair with Joe Schmo, it wouldn't make any difference, correct?
Right, but my point is an affair all by itself, in general, is not a reason to do a police investigation. That's a civil matter.
All right, but an affair with the individual Robert Baker, whose DNA was found at the scene, in your mind, made her a primary suspect in the murder as well.
It was suspicious.
Okay, just because of the affair with Mr. Baker, correct?
Just because, yes, Mr. Baker murdered her husband, yes.
Okay, and during the next 4 months or 3 months that you were on the case, you enlisted a tremendous amount of resources, men, surveillance, time, and effort to try and establish whether or not Monica Sementilli was somehow involved not just in an affair, but in the murder of her husband, correct?
That and equal amount of time looking for the third suspect.
Okay.
A lot of time on that.
Did you ever obtain evidence that Mr. Austin had flown down to Los Angeles on the weekend of the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
No, we missed that.
When you say you missed that, what do you mean you missed that?
So, all right, since you're asking. So what we found is Baker has compartmentalized friends. He's got Army friends, he's got some prison friends, he's got his porn industry friends, and he's got his racquetball friends.
Can I stop you there for 1 second?
I'm going to object. The question was asked.
You did ask the question.
I did,
So-
and if you want to continue, fine.
Yes, please. So what we found is that he also uses multiple phones. So typically it's not so hard to find an unknown suspect. It takes sometimes some work, but typically you'll find him. But since he has these groups of people and these different phones, it became very hard to do what we call a link analysis, to link him. A typical link analysis, it would spread out and you'd find this nice row because you have a phone and you probably had the same phone for a long time. So it's really easy to link all of your associates so it's an easy track to follow. But with Baker, with all the different phones and friends around the country and different aspects, it was very difficult to do a good link analysis. So then we determined, you know what, instead of going crazy all over the country, let's just go focus local first. So that's what we did. We went through all the call detail records that we were coming in. We went through all the phone numbers that we could come across, social media. We'd find, anyone that we thought could possibly be that person, we would investigate and we would look. And we could eliminate a lot of them because we knew there was a general height. So if we pulled someone up and the person was like 6'1", we're not even going to look at him because Rob's, I think, 5'7", and the other person was around the same size from the video. But we spent a lot of time looking for this guy. If the digital surveillance, for example, one time it went to a guy named Alfred Birdsong's house where Baker went to Vegas. So we went out to that house, we did a search warrant on the house in hopes that maybe there was evidence in the house, that maybe Baker stashed it there. There was a time when Monica's and Robert went to a house in North Hollywood. It turned out to be nothing, but we investigated it. We did that stuff all the time. I'm pretty good at finding people, but I totally missed it, and we didn't get it, and it was very frustrating being an investigator. And luckily, a new detective put a fresh set of eyes on it, and that's what it needed. It needed a fresh set of eyes to sit back and go, okay, look, what do we got here? And she did a great job.
7 years later.
Yeah, 7 years later. I'm glad she did it.
Now, obviously, and we are too. Let me ask you this. During that entire time, though, you were also investigating whether Monica Sementilli was involved in the murder as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And in
Absolutely,
fact,
yeah.
I'm sorry, isn't
Yes.
that true? And
Very
in fact, the only evidence you found during those 4 months that was any different, in fact, there was no evidence different than what you knew in February, and that is they were having a romantic affair. Isn't that true?
No, that's not true.
Well, let me ask you
Not
this.
accurate, I would say.
Let me ask you this. You know what a Ramey warrant is?
Yeah, it's a probable cause arrest warrant.
Okay. And a Ramey warrant is a warrant you seek from a judicial officer or a district attorney's office that gives you the grounds or gives you the authority to go out and arrest somebody on a specific charge. correct?
Yeah.
Now, you don't need a Ramey warrant to arrest somebody if you have sufficient evidence yourself, but it is another way of obtaining that authority, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you sought a Ramey warrant in this case early in June of 2017, correct?
I did.
And accompanying that, or before the Ramey warrant was issued, there was a search warrant issued, or was it attached to the Ramey warrant?
It was attached.
Okay. What did you do first, the search or the arrest of Baker and Monica Sementilli?
Arrest and search.
At the same time?
Virtually. Arrest, then search.
Okay. And one of the things that you were looking for, you said in the Ramey warrant, what you were looking for was any evidence to connect Monica Sementilli to the murder of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
And to that point, you had not found sufficient evidence to arrest her, correct?
Not at all. No, we had a signed probable cause search warrant. We had more than enough probable cause to arrest her.
Well,
And
why did you wait till June of 2017 then to do this?
I think we talked about that. I was building the case. I was gathering information.
I see. And in the meantime, the second murderer remained free, correct?
The second, the
killer,
person.
and
Yeah,
Robert Baker remained free, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said that you engaged in some kind of a evaluation of whether or not leaving Robert Baker, who you could have arrested in February, a known murderer of Fabio Sementilli with a knife, with another person,
Correct.
whether or not leaving him free on the streets was the wise thing to do, correct?
I thought it was prudent and it was, I don't know, wise is the right word, but I felt comfortable doing it.
Well, even though the truth is he could have injured others, he could have killed Monica, in fact, if he wanted to get rid of her if she was involved, correct?
Highly unlikely, highly unlikely, yes.
Was he under constant surveillance during those 4 months?
Constant digital and occasional physical.
Okay. And was Monica under constant surveillance during those 4 months?
Constant digital and occasional physical, yes.
And during that entire time, you had people trailing them, correct?
Occasional.
Surveilling them?
The surveillance was digital, meaning there's a tracker on the cars and the phones were being pinged. That was constant.
And
occasional was physical surveillance.
Okay, and the tracking and the pings, that was designed to obtain what kind of evidence?
Well, for example, when I mentioned Alfred Birdsong in Vegas, we knew that Bob Baker drove to Alfred Birdsong's house, so we researched that house, and then we ended up going to talk to him. We did a search warrant on that house to see if perhaps that's where he's stashing any evidence, if he had still had any.
Okay.
That's an example.
And what evidence did you obtain from this surveillance that connected Monica Sementilli to the murder?
Through the digital or the
actual surveillance.
At that point, the surveillance portion of it only confirmed that the romantic relationship was ongoing.
All right. So after 4 months, you confirmed what you knew 4 months earlier, that they were involved in a romantic relationship.
Well, it's important to know if it's continuing. Is she because she just lost her husband and the father of her children? Is she spending more time with her children, or is she spending more time with her boyfriend?
All right. How does how does that provide you with evidence of whether or not she was involved in the murder, if whether she was not being a good mother after the murder of her husband?
It's all about what we call post-murder behavior. So after a murder, something like this, and post-murder behavior, it's based on just general common sense, everyday stuff. We know everyone acts differently when they grieve, or they act differently in joyous times, but there's a general common sense baseline. So post-murder behavior just doesn't include actually physically, like going to a bar and dating. It's lots of things. It's like it's what they say, what they don't say, and then you have to ask yourself, okay, for example, let's suppose a person had their husband murdered, and in their house, let's say, and there was 2 young girls in that house. Would you spend more time at that house to be with your children and maybe upgrade your security system, or even maybe move out? Or would you spend most of your time with your boyfriend? So you have to just ask yourself with the common sense, okay, and then you have to weigh those things. And that's just one example.
Could I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
So you're talking about, in this case, evidence of whether or not, in your opinion, Monica Sementilli was a good mother to her children following the murder of her husband. That's one of the factors.
That's just a slice of it.
A slice of it. Okay.
Yes.
And the other things that you were going to discuss, I assume, you engaged in that activity for 4 months, right?
Was it 4 months? March, April, May, June. Yeah, March, April,
February,
May, June.
March,
Yeah, 3
April,
months.
May into June, correct?
Right,
The murder
correct.
was January 17th, and the arrest was June when?
Yeah, so from March until June, yes.
Okay, and whatever occurred before then.
Oh, I wasn't involved in the case then. But
Okay,
yeah, sure.
okay, but they had made the same decision, which was not to arrest Robert Baker.
Objection as to answer.
It's overruled.
They had made the same decision not to arrest Robert Baker or Monica Sementilli by the time you came on the case.
They did.
And you reviewed the whole case,
I did.
all right? And you met with Monica Sementilli many times after you came on the case, either by phone or in person, correct?
No. I
How
met her
many
one time.
How many interviews? One interview?
One.
How many other interviews were conducted by other officers, as far as you know, before you came on?
With Monica?
Yes.
I have no idea. Aside from Detective Parcell and Berna, I have no idea.
You didn't review those
I don't recall. I
interviews?
don't think it was many. I think Parcell and Berna were the main two.
All right. And during that time, in essence, you and the other officers lied to her about the state of the investigation, correct?
Yes, we did.
And every time you met with her and she asked you how things were going, did you find the murder of my husband, what's happening with the case, you lied to her.
Well, you said every time. I only met her once.
Only once you spoke to her about that?
Yes. I had one meeting with her before
What
the
about on
arrest.
the phone?
I never spoke to her on the phone, ever.
Were you aware of her contacting LAPD often during
I was
the
aware
period?
of it, yes.
All right. How were you aware of that?
Through Detective Parcell.
All right. And who was she getting in touch with for the most part?
Detective Parcell.
And I believe someone said that she had a better relationship with Detective Parshall than others, correct?
She did. It appears so.
And was Detective Parshall instructed every time she called to, in essence, tell her, well, we're making progress, we're almost there, but not quite,
Yes.
correct? And the other things he was instructed to say is, well, the DNA came back, but it only matches Fabio Sementilli, and it doesn't match anyone else, but we're getting there.
Yes.
So for 4 months, LAPD, robbery, homicide, lied to Monica Sementilli every time they spoke with her about the progress of the case of the investigation of the murder of her husband. Isn't that right?
Regarding that, yes, you're correct.
Regarding that.
Regarding, yeah, the DNA, yes.
Well, and regarding the whole investigation, correct?
Yes, when we took over the case, we told OVB Homicide to continue with the investigation as they were doing with Monica. And yes, I let her believe that it's still being investigated as a burglary gone bad. That is correct. That was what we
And
did.
it was also holding up the payment of any insurance proceeds that Fabio Sementilli had paid for when he was at Procter & Gamble, correct?
No, that was inconsequential because we were investigating to see if she was involved.
Well, you also-
So regardless, she wouldn't have gotten the insurance.
Well, because the insurance company contacted LAPD and wanted to know if the parties who were the beneficiaries had any involvement in the murder of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And you also held up the payment of insurance to Jessica and Isabella Sementilli. Isn't that correct?
Well, the details on that you'd have. Well, he's no longer with us, but I never had any contact with the insurance company ever.
Oh,
That
you're
was,
talking about. I'm sorry, Parshall was not on the case at that time. He passed away for reasons unrelated to the case.
Correct.
Okay, but it was certainly the policy of LAPD at that time not to allow for any of the proceeds of the insurance policy to be given to the beneficiaries, whoever they were. In other words, to confirm with the insurance company that some, if not all, of the beneficiaries were not involved in the murder and therefore should be provided the benefit of the policy.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact policy is, but that sounds about right.
And can you tell me why it was that LAPD would not allow the proceeds of the insurance to be paid to Jessica and Isabella, the minor children of Fabio?
I don't even know if that is an LAPD policy. It might be an insurance policy. It's an insurance company policy. And like I said, I didn't involve myself in any of that. That was, I told Parcells just keep handling that, and he handled it. So
he did not inform you of what was going on as far as that was concerned?
I knew what was going on, but what I'm saying is I don't know whose policy is what. Was it LAPD's policy? Is it the insurance policy?
Well, okay, the insurance policy.
But I knew what was going on. I'm not,
Right, and you could have stopped that and had the funds paid to Jessica and Isabella.
I don't know.
And
I don't know
Luigi?
what the insurance policy is on the kids getting money and Monica not getting the money.
You
I
knew
don't
nothing
know.
about that.
No, I don't. And to this day, I don't.
Well, did Tellis, your partner, know anything about that?
No,
Did Parshall know anything about that?
I don't know. I didn't ask him. He was handling it.
When you went to the house, you said you had one interview of Monica Sementilli in May. Is that correct?
May, I believe it was, yes.
And we heard the tape recording, I believe, of that interview. Correct?
Correct.
You remember that?
I do.
And you lied to her throughout that interview. Correct?
Yes, I used the ruse that we were the knock-knock bandit task force.
And designed to calm any fear she had that maybe the house wasn't safe, because she said knock-knock burglars, especially if there's a murder involved, rarely come back to the scene of the murder. Correct?
No, that's not why we did the ruse.
No, but that was one of the things you told her. Isn't that right?
Say that again? I didn't.
That knock-knock burglars rarely return to the scene of the burglary if it involved a murder, as in this case, for obvious reasons.
Well, yes, I don't remember saying that. I may have, but yes, that is true. It's pretty rare that a burglar will come back to a scene where they
Okay, so in reality, you didn't believe that they were in any real danger, correct?
No, because Baker was our guy.
Okay, and the second guy?
That's who I was looking for.
But they were in no danger of him as well, is what you're saying?
No, because it was very obvious that the target was very specific. The target was taken out, and it was accomplished what needed to be done.
So, Austin, you believe the second murderer, his intent was to take out the target?
I'm sorry, Austin?
Yeah.
I've never spoken to Austin.
Well, you knew that Baker was one of the murderers, correct?
Yes, he was.
All right. And he's the one who was having the affair with Monica Sementilli, right?
Correct.
So what was your theory about the second murderer?
My theory would be if Baker wasn't there, that third person would not be there, because that third person's there to help Baker.
Okay. So
we're going to take our afternoon adjournment.